X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is good to see all of you. I apologize for taking the last couple days off. I won't make any excuses. I just didn't feel like streaming, and I'd just gotten my mom into watching all the MCU movies for the very first time, and we're right up against like a really good block of movies in the MCU, and I like the MCU. I don't care what anybody says, and I just felt like watching them. You know, I didn't feel like streaming. Yeah, the MCU, the woke CU. It's good to see all of you, though. Hello, hello. Hey, Heavy Gretel, good to see you. Zoomy Dog, what's up? Wingo, good to see you in chat. Perry Ice and Fire, what's up? Prancing Goldfish, how are you? Straw Hat Monty, hello. Avalon of Babylon, good to see you. I read your message, by the way. Sorry I didn't reply. I'm really bad at replying to messages, because I read them, and then I start to reply, and then I get distracted, and then I forget. Zan-based MCU enjoyer, thank you. I appreciate it. I talk about it like it's an unpopular opinion when it's one of the highest, or the highest grossing movie franchise ever. I'm pretty certain. It's not exactly an unpopular opinion to like it, but people online like to pretend they don't like it. So, you know, they feel like they got personality. G'day, Zandal. Hey there, Minimum Bolts. Good to see ya. That's how I read your message. G'day, Zandahol. Just like that. Did I do a good impression? No, I'm white again? You gotta sub, Minimum Volts, or beg somebody, e-beg someone in chat for me instead of me having to e-beg my chat to get a gifted sub. Hey Hash, what's up? Yeah, but it's popular to hate on the MCU now. That is true. There are some valid reasons to hate on it compared to the old MCU, if that's what you preferred, but I kinda... watching through the whole MCU from beginning to end, as I'm doing, we just got to Civil War last night, Captain America Civil War. I really feel like the MCU just gets better on average as it goes. Like, each project, regardless of how good or memorable they may be in comparison to some of the really big older ones, I feel like the further we get in, the average is better. Like, more movies are generally better as time goes on, which is sort of a product of having more money. But I don't know. I feel like overall, the average is still going up. I thought the same thing too, Versus, but, like, going over it without the gaps in between projects makes it a lot more concise and clear where they're going with things. And I appreciate that. I especially liked the Loki finale and how that led into the finale of What If Season 2. It's very clear where they're going. Yeah. Also, I think they delayed a bunch of projects, which is also going to do, hopefully, wonders. Chronological order, just like the release order, as they are on Disney+. I agree, Phase 3 went hard, Phase 4 had more stuff, but I feel like the quality consistency was the same as Phase 1 and 2, and more experimental projects like Werewolf by Night were rad. I haven't even seen Werewolf by Night yet, but I'm excited to watch it. Moon Knight is probably my favorite of the new, like, MCU phase, or like, chapter, saga, whatever you want to call it. I really like Moon Knight. I know people, like, just 3 months after it came out, all of a sudden everybody hated it after loving the fuck out of it for all of its time coming out. Yeah, most people I talk to love Moon Knight, but then, like, Moon Knight trends online and all the biggest tweets are shitting on it for some reason, and it was huge when it first came out. Yeah, Moon Knight was great. The shit ending? I don't think the ending for Moon Knight was shit at all. I feel like people... I guess it was kind of like big superhero fight kind of thing, but I was kind of hoping that's what it would lead up to, because that's how strong Moon Knight is. Like, yeah. I will say, it would have been better if Moon Knight was TVMA rated. That would have been cool. But overall, I think they did great. I liked it a lot. It was possibly one of the most compelling MCU projects I've watched, at least in my opinion. I liked it the most. Hey, CoinDog, thanks for that message. Every day I wake up, then I start to jerk off. I'm amazing. Fantastic. Guardians of the Galaxy Part 3 is peak? Yeah, it is pretty good. I'm excited for us to get to that. Oh, okay, I have to tell you guys a funny story, alright? I had to save my mom from, like, burning herself and possibly my entire house down twice yesterday. It's like... My mom said to me once, don't worry, at a certain age, you'll start to become the parent, and you'll have to supervise me as I do dumb stuff. And I was like, I don't know about that. And yesterday, my mom ordered groceries, and my mom's visiting me right now, so she ordered groceries, she got, like, all the stuff unpacked, and she was making herself, like, a sandwich on the stove. But the stovetop was off. It's like one of those flat stovetops with, like, the heaters underneath, like, a glass panel. And there are little dials to turn on each heater, each burner, like right up against the front of the stove, right at the top, right? Just like with any stove. It's nothing uncommon, but it's not up, like, back against, like, you don't have to reach over the burners to access the dials. They're right up, like, out there for you to grab. Very easy. And my mom was leaning into the stove, and I'm just standing there and watching her, and I can see the small circle of the burner out from underneath the paper plates and bags and all the stuff she has out on the stove. I see it start to turn red. And I'm like, Mom, that burner's on, and immediately pick everything up off the burner, and she turns it off. And she's like, oh, God, yeah. And so we waited a second for it to cool off. I put the stuff back down. She's like, okay, good call. You know, I'm like, yeah, be careful. And she was like, I was warning you about this when you first moved in. I was like, yeah, well, you did the thing. And so I sat down, watched a little bit more of like the movie we were watching, and my mom got up to make some more food. And I got up again to talk to her, and I watched her do the exact same fucking thing again. And I was like, Mom, you did it again! And I had to, like, pick up the thing and turn it off. And it was really, really funny. At that point, we decided this is never going to be a valid workstation. Let's move everything off this thing and just use the counter. We don't have a lot of counter space, but that's what we ended up doing. Yeah, it would not have gone well. Would not have gone well, that's for sure. Angelic Petty, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. Says, greetings from Finland. Ah, a place that doesn't exist. First time catching live on the website. Exciting times. Hopefully everyone's year has started well, Heart. Aw, thank you. I really appreciate it. You know, I really do want to visit Europe. And the particular places I want to go are the parts of Europe with the best international transportation by train, because then that means I can just get everywhere by train and explore as much of Europe as possible. For those that don't know, I've never left America before. I've never exited this country. The closest I've been to leaving America is the edge of San Juan Island here in Washington, and I was able to see straight across the water Victoria, Canada. That's the closest I've gotten. I could have swam to the border from there. Go to Jamaica? Oh, for sure. I really want to go on a tropical vacation someday. But there's so many cool things I want to do that I could theoretically save up for and do now, but I want to wait until I've got proper filming equipment and whatnot, because when I do cool stuff, I really want to take you guys with me, and I've tried so hard to do that, but when I record on my phone, I just never get good footage. It's always such a pain in the ass to film, so I never end up doing it. And I want to put out more IRL content where it's like me out in the world doing cool shit. I always pursue cool stuff to do, you know? But yeah, thank you for the $10, Angelic Petty. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the website. Thank you so much. If you guys enjoy my content and you want to support me, you can do so quite easily simply by leaving a like on the stream. Dropping a thumbs up on my stream really does go a long way to support me. It forces YouTube to push my content out to more people's recommended, including my own subs recommended, because not every sub gets told you went live whenever you do or when you upload. So definitely drop a like, subscribe, and ring the bell icon if you haven't already. And of course, if you want to go the extra mile, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. Xander Hall, if you want to do a Europe trip, Geneva is a good place to start because it has rail to a bunch of countries. I heard. I've seen that, you know what? I think we're going to do a Not Just Bikes reaction. I don't think I've watched the video before, but I don't think I've ever watched it on stream. And I feel like a lot of people in my audience will appreciate it because it's about trains. Hey Zan, what's your take on Miami? I don't particularly like Miami outside of the geography of it and how pretty it is. Everything is massively overpriced. Everything's just overpriced for what it is, you know? There are nicer places in Florida for fractions of the cost to even, like, get tolls to go through there. Because, like, if you travel there, you're going to want to take the highway, and they, like, dot those highways with toll roads, like the Sun Pass things. You got to get, like, a Sun Pass, or you got to, like, throw some coins into the little bucket thing. And then anything there is just extraordinarily overpriced. You have no idea if you've never been there. I don't know. Miami's cool. Like, it's a nice destination, but it's ridiculously expensive for what it is. I'm excited to be able to visit it in GTA 6 and not in real life. Go to the Keys if you're going to go to that south of Florida. Just go all the way to the Keys. Or if you want to not go to the Keys, go to Marco Island. it's a little more off the map, but you will get the same general experience with a far more, like, nature adjacent, not in the middle of overpriced giant city experience. And you can get a really nice hotel or Airbnb in, like, Marco Island. It's nice water, nice nature, not far from being able to go further south to the Everglades if you want to make, like, a day trip there. It's nice. You'll be really close to a lot of the best beaches in Florida if you stay there, too, and you're willing to drive a bit there. So yeah, that's my recommendation as a Florida native who knows the real stuff, the real deal stuff that you want to do. And there's places that I used to go to a lot as a kid that aren't even as good anymore, which is sad. Like, for example, Honeymoon Island. Hypers in chat if you ever went to Honeymoon Island in Florida. It used to be gorgeous, but from what I remember of it last time I was there, it's not very pretty anymore. Let me see what the deal is with it now. Actually, it's pretty nice. It's in St. Petersburg. It doesn't look too bad. And when you look at the drone footage, that water's pretty green. It varies. It used to be so much better when I was a kid, like a little kid, and I'd want to go there, and my mom would be like, we are there. It doesn't look like that anymore, but I was too young to understand. There were a couple of big oil spills that happened when I was really young that just fucked up a bunch of beaches across the board that I'd been to in my, like, really early childhood. And then, like, my middle early childhood, they just stopped being viable. And then I wasn't old enough to understand why we couldn't go to those beaches anymore, because we were going to those beaches. They just sucked now. I didn't recognize it. I didn't understand. Like, why does the water look like shit, you know? And now it's like, if you go to Florida, you've got to go to a very select handful of beaches to get, like, that iconic postcard blue water that Florida is known for some reason still. It's unfortunate. It's really sad. It's really sad how much of Florida's natural beauty has been all fucked up. Just look at how much the Keys has gotten fucked up. Oh my god, hold on. The Florida Keys 2008 versus 2023. I'm sure there's got to be some, like, sky footage of what it looks like. So that's the Keys in 2023. Let's go with Key West as, like, our metric, because Key West is where I did a fair amount of swimming. Water quality. Gah. You know what's the perfect metric? Using Google Maps. Hold on. The Florida Keys. I can literally show you on Google Maps. I can literally show you on Google Maps. Let me bring up satellite view. And then what I can do is I can go to the southernmost point where there's a really good view into the water, and I can show you how, like, apparently worse the water has gotten over the years. Okay. All right. See this? Oh. Yeah, I was wondering why. Okay, yeah, I gotta switch it to screen capture. There we go. You see this? This is what the water in Key West looks like now. This is the southernmost point of the continental United States. I mean, it looks inviting enough, but it's nothing to be like, whoa, at or anything like that. Let me see if I can find a snapshot of when I was a kid. Yep, March 2008. Although I'll admit, this is just such bad quality photo, you can't even tell. What about 2011? There we go. Well, to be fair, 2008 and 2011, this is the point where it was already fucked up. You can see it's gotten progressively shittier and shittier until today, if it can load. Well, there you go. Regardless, it used to be way clearer. You can't tell in the 2008 photo because it's all blurry, but you can see how much shittier the water's gotten. You know, and granted, it could be a great day or a bad day for the water turbidity, just based on whatever, and they randomly took those photos. But like on average, you could tell the water was looking worse as time went on. Was this after the Deepwater Horizon spill? It's not just from spills. Dredging causes a lot of, turbidity. There's a lot more ships moving through that area as time goes on. People are just kind of moving out there, like just doing a lot more boating, and, cars are always driving around. So day by day, more and more like pollution is getting ran off from the islands into the water. And that's where it's going to gather primarily, is in the channels and off the coast. So yeah, it's just over time, human activity is polluting that water. It's not just from oil spills, which, cause harm, but the oil spills would have also hurt the water just as bad off the coast more, and it hasn't. It's more of a, this is what people not treating these islands well does to the water. I think a lot of it is probably cars. I think cars probably contribute a lot, but a lot of it is also probably... Damn, maybe Ultron was right. Real. Okay, hold on. Chat, it's time for a nice warm-up segment, okay? Low-stakes warm-up segment. Oh, great. My lights just turned off. There we go. There we go. Republicers. That's what I call them instead of Republicans now. Republicers. That's what they are. Although they don't actually... They don't eat pussy because they don't believe in the female orgasm, so I guess they wouldn't be, but whatever. Okay, the joke still stands. It sounds phonetically satisfying, so I say it. Anyway, you all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So... some of you guys might be surprised to hear this based on how worldly I am, but I've actually never left America, like the borders of my country, ever in my entire life. And unless you count, like, going on boats off the coast or, like, swimming off the coast, but in which case I'm not technically touching the ground of America, but I'm on American waters, so, I haven't ever left America. There's a lot of locations I'd like to try and visit to make my first journey out of the United States for the very first time in my life. However, I think the primary first place to go would be Europe, because Europe has some amazing public transportation that would allow me to just explore way more general area and locations than any other trip I could take would allow me to visit. It would just be one massive swath of exploration across Europe I could do using buses, trains, trolleys, lifts. They have like these ski lifts in like Switzerland and stuff, ferries in like Sweden and Norway. They've got a lot of ferries, right? I'm pretty sure. I really want to visit Europe and see some real established public transportation. And one of the channels on YouTube that's really, as an American who's never left America and seen, any other form of city building and management outside of America, it's all like one of the channels that's opened my eyes to how well it can be done compared to how we do it here in America. How, in fact, enragingly frustrating the way we do it in America actually has been the channel Not Just Bikes. I really enjoy his content. It's really, really good, and I highly recommend you give it a watch. I'm going to go ahead and copy-paste the link to the video we're going to check out here. We will, of course, not be watching the whole video because we don't just, yoink an entire video. We watch, like, a small portion of it, the main, like, thesis of it, and give our take on it in commentary, and I lead you guys to go watch the rest of it and subscribe to the channel yourselves, because that's what you should be doing. That's what you gotta do. Anyway, all that said, let's go ahead and start this video. It's called Why Swiss Trains Are the Best in Europe. You see, as we all know, trains are the most superior form of transportation. I think Hyper's in chat if you agree. And the place in Europe that has, Europe has like the most trains, the best trains. The place within Europe that has the most and best trains has got to be some real deal public transportation genius, right? And I saw this video in my recommended, and I figured, you know what? I got to watch it on stream with you guys. It's really, really good. And it makes you see how easy it is to just put together a decent system for people of any class, any economic tier in this country to get to work, to go to vacation, to get home, to go out to dinner, to go shopping, completely free with public transportation that is fast and efficient, runs on time, and requires very little waiting to get your stop or at your stop. Anyway, let's take a look at this. It's hard to put into words how well Switzerland has set up their train system. I was very impressed when I heard about it.
This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream and Nebula, which is possibly the best bundle deal in video streaming, but more about that later.
Hell yeah, Delancer.
I live in the Netherlands, where we have some pretty good trains. There's a dense network that connects nearly all major towns and cities. The busiest train station, Utrecht Centraal, has over 1,000 train departures per day. And there are also high-speed trains to neighboring countries. For example, I can go to Paris in less than 3.5 hours. But as good as we have it,
it's so crazy to see, like, it's weird how the further north you go in Europe, it seems the more willing to adopt certain social safety net programs and other, like, basically it seems like the further north you go in Europe, the more the government is willing to spend tax money on things that actually help the people of the country. Like, you look at Finland and Denmark and Sweden and Norway, and these are countries that have, like, some of the most humane prisons in the world, the lowest recidivism rates, some of the lowest crime rates, highest, like, rates of happiness despite having weather that should lead to, like, chronic seasonal depression, lowest rates of unemployment despite the fact that even if you are unemployed, you don't have to worry about being homeless, so there's no fear incentive to work. Like, just like it's really bizarre. The alt-right is convinced this is only the case because of racial you spelled that wrong, that word wrong. Hermogamy. Am I brain blasted right now? I'm looking at the way you spelled it wrong, and I can't even remember how to pronounce it correctly right now. Hegemony is the word you're thinking of. Hegemony, like Zoomy Dog said. Thank you. They are wrong. Yes, the reason why these northern countries are able to pull it off, right-wingers will argue it's because there's, like, no brown people or whatever. That has nothing to do with it. There's no correlation that can be made. In fact, they were literally just a few years ago arguing that Sweden had, like, rape gangs of brown people going around, but now that was never really a thing, they're falsely arguing that there's no brown people in these countries, and that where they do exist, it's like ruined the country. It's really weird. But like, there's no actual ruining of the country happening, and there's no correlation to there being, like, immigration and less happiness in the country, because we've seen that hasn't happened over time. The fact is that they have to justify that there are places where the things they say don't work actually work with a narrative that makes their side look better. So they're like, no, this isn't actually an example of social systems working well. This is actually an example of an ethno-state working well. They try to Uno reverse card you.
here in the Netherlands, there's another country in Europe that does trains better. Much better, in fact.
We love Swiss trains.
Welcome to the Confederatio Helvetica, or as I like to call it, Switzerland.
Jesus Christ. Look at that mountain. Just look at that mountain. It looks like something out of Skyrim.
famous
Hey,
for
Akon.
mountains, holy cheese, chocolate, bendy knives, and time bracelets, and of course, trains. Lots and lots of trains.
I want to go to Switzerland.
Now, I've been to Switzerland many times, and I've taken the train every time I've come because, of course I did. It's the most efficient way to get
I
around.
want to go.
But recently, I stayed a full week in Switzerland and took multiple trains per day to find out what makes these trains the best trains in Europe. One of the things that
Half those mountains are rigged to blow at the slightest waft of an army. Wait, really, Von Beetle? Is Switzerland, like, loaded up with explosives in the mountains? Cool.
really sets the train system apart in Switzerland is just how extensive it is. Look at this map. There are train stations everywhere. There are towns.
Switzerland loves guns, possibly more than the USA. Hold on, are you telling me I can fly my Glock into Switzerland? Do they allow you to travel into Switzerland with a gun as a non-Swiss citizen if you have, like, all the legal paperwork as an American? Yes? No shot. No fucking shot. No fucking shot, dude. No way. Hold on, chat. No fucking way. Hold the fuck on. You're telling me, because this isn't like a hunting rifle or something. I can take this if I, like, do checked luggage with the TSA and everything. I can take this to Switzerland. Chat, you gotta Google this for me. That would be awesome. Because if I heard that Switzerland's really pro-gun. I heard they're really, really pro-gun. Is it a Gen 5? Yes, it is a Glock 19 Gen 5. Have I not shown... I feel like I've shown it off on stream a fair amount, but it's been a while, I guess. Stream banned? No, it is completely empty. I emptied it before showing it. See? Completely empty. No mag. Empty. Completely empty. I never show the gun loaded on stream because I'm pretty sure Twitch doesn't like that, and YouTube probably doesn't like it either. But unloaded is fine. And I always, before, like, bringing it on, I show that it's unloaded. Yes, and you can bring your AK. You can't have an AK in my state. But yeah, it's a Gen 5. I should be able to... Here, I can rotate it around. And you should be able to... Yeah, you can kind of see it. It's in there. It says Glock 19 Gen 5 Austria. Also, rest in peace to Gaston Glock, am I right? The creator, or the original designer of the Glock, just passed away at like 1,000 years old the other day. R.I.P. Gaston Glock. Rip. Yeah, rip Mr. Glock. Oh, come on, get in there, get in there. You see why I fucking hate these 10-round magazine limits that some states have? Because a 10-round magazine is more like a 7 or 8 round magazine. Most of the time. There we go. Sorry for the gun stun lock, but I hear Switzerland likes guns, so that's based. I would love to be able to take my gun to Switzerland and go to, like, a mountain range. That would be so... A mountain range. That would be awesome. I would love to do that so much.
Tiny towns that have consistent, reliable train service every 30 minutes. In many other countries, they wouldn't even provide bus service to a place this small. Some of the smallest towns have request stop service, where you need to press this button to have the train stop, but there's still train service. And this train station that services only a single cafe...
The crazy thing is, like, every little speckled location on the map of Switzerland has a train station, and they go around like buses. Like, if you're in a big city in America, there's, like, buses every, say, 30 minutes, if it's a well-run bus system, at all these set stops all around the city, even small ones. And maybe at some you can even request a bus to come to the stop. They do that with trains in Switzerland. It's actually insane. Little locations and villages will just have a little button you can press to call up the train.
A ski lift and a hiking trail has service every 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the city of Calgary in Canada, a city of 1.3 million people, has no intercity train service at all. Zurich also has about 1.3 million people, but almost 3,000 trains per day, with train times so frequent you don't even need to look at a schedule. So if you're taking the
Germany just has so many people and so many trains that there's always a train. That's what I've heard. My friend Ethan goes on regular trips to Germany, and this is how I'll probably end up going to Europe, is on a trip with like next time he goes to Europe, I'll probably just get a plane ticket and go with him, meet him at the airport, and just we'll fly to Germany. But he goes to Germany quite often. He's explored much of Europe from there, and there is always a train available, from what he told me. He says it's some of the best public transportation and walking transportation, like just walking around to places is fantastic too, he's ever experienced. But he hasn't been to Switzerland as far as I know, and he hasn't been to the Netherlands.
the train here, you won't have to wait very long. Frequencies like this are the gold standard of public transportation, but this is really only feasible in more populated areas. So how do they provide such good train service to smaller towns and villages? Well, Switzerland is a relatively small country by land area, and
Look how pretty that is, dude. Just imagine living in Switzerland and you've got to commute into a city, and this is what you get to see on your commute. Like, that's gorgeous. I hate that. Gerlag the Greater, what are you, like, anti-good? Look at this. That's gorgeous. The only thing that's kind of ruining it are those power poles, but, you know, to be fair, I do like that means there's pretty, you know, good power infrastructure. I don't want the power to go out. Sorry, I'm stuck here. Oh, you live in Switzerland? You're Swiss? I forget that I have a lot of viewers from all over the world, and whenever I watch a video about a certain country, a fair amount of my viewers are probably from that country watching and going, Switzerland mentioned, you know?
some people may assume that's why the public transit can be so good, but these Wikipedia-level statistics can be very misleading. Because by population, Swiss cities actually aren't that big. After Zurich, the next largest city, Geneva, has only about 600,000 people in the whole region. In fact, almost 50% of the entire population of Switzerland lives in small villages of less than 10,000 people. In a way, Switzerland is a sprawling...
Like, if I was to retire to another country, and maybe I will one day if I've got the money for it, I think I'd want to retire to, like, a little town in Switzerland. Like, especially if YouTube ended up, like, my YouTube channel ever ends up blowing up really fucking huge or something, and I end up becoming, like, recognizable, I would want to move somewhere where I'm not going to get recognized all the time when I retire, obviously. And I feel like a little town in Switzerland would be nice, especially, like, decades from now, you know, when, like, living in a remote location is not even going to be a big deal. I'm pretty sure in, like, 40 years to 30 years, we're probably going to have, like, good enough solar technology, good enough battery technology, and just generally advancements in regards to, like, pop-up houses and stuff like that, that living remotely, like, getting internet, getting cable, like, high-speed internet remotely is not going to be a big problem in, like, the coming decades. I feel like, you know? So I wonder if, like, rural living is going to become more popular as time goes on, and as rural living starts to become more viable to still be tapped into the modern world. If that makes sense. Because, like, right now, in order to get high-speed internet and, like, everything else that you would want in the modern world, you've kind of got to live in a populated area. You got to live, like, in a town or a city. There are people who live rurally, but they don't really have good internet. They don't really tend to have cable even, and it kind of sucks. It's gotten better, but especially, like, when I was a kid, living in, like, a real rural area fucking sucked. You didn't even have cable a lot of the time. So a lot of people have, like, migrated into cities, but I feel like as you, like, one day when you can get 5G internet pretty much anywhere in the countryside of America, people are going to want to live in the countryside. Especially if they can work from home and, like, that can be their life. I feel like people would choose it more often than not. Yeah, people want to be able to have land, you know? But, like, having land now is a huge trade-off for convenience these days. I lived in the French Alps, which is basically the same as that, and it was hard and very inaccessible without a car. Yeah, that's a big trade-off, right? Is the lack of accessibility. You know, just going out to get groceries is difficult. Like, getting out of your own driveway is half the trip if you're lucky.
Country, but instead of car-dependent suburban sprawl like you see in North America,
I'm pretty sure that was Phoenix, like Phoenix, Arizona, but that looks a lot like Palm Springs. But I'm pretty sure it's not, because I would recognize that particular mountain in the middle of the town. But for any of you wondering what the place I lived in for like the last few years before I moved, that's Phoenix. Yeah, I would have thought so. I'm really good at recognizing cities just from, here's a picture of the city from the, I know where that is. Anyway, yeah. Like, this is a lot, like, just on the terms of how the city is designed and how it looks, a lot like what Palm Springs looked like, the place that I lived for a few years before I moved to Washington, up here to Seattle. Also, it's supposed to snow soon. Apparently a few snowflakes fell today, according to my mom, but I don't know if that was just rain and she thought it was snowflakes, because it's not supposed to snow for like days and days here in Seattle, but we're supposed to maybe get some snow in the coming days, and I'm like a few inches of it apparently. So I'm crossing my fingers we do. I've been so excited to see it. I've only seen snow like 6 times in my life, and I love it a lot. I really like snow, so I'm really hoping for it. How long's your mom visiting for? Probably like another week or so. It's actually nice having someone here, because living alone is like sometimes kind of spooky, especially when you're like sitting alone at night and you like hop off of a call and all of a sudden you realize it's eerily quiet. There have been countless times I've heard a bump in the night and I just grab my gun and I clear my whole house, because I'm like 99% sure it's not a person or a ghoul or a goblin or a ghost or anything, but I'm bored and paranoid, so I'm gonna go ahead and clear my house with the gun. So yeah, I kind of like having someone upstairs. Like, I hear footsteps and I know it's my mom and the puppy. We got a snowstorm warning, Zan? Here in Seattle? I assume you mean we. Like, as in you, where you are, not where I am, right? Because I have not seen any snowstorm warnings in Seattle. If so, then that's fucking dope. I live in Minnesota, and we couldn't keep the snow this year. It like snows a bit, then melts and becomes the thickest thickest fog you've ever seen. Well, even that I would be fine with, but yeah, we haven't really gotten any snow from what I've seen. But in the next couple days, hopefully. I just saw the gift sub. You're too kind. Oh yeah, I'll read subs in a moment. Don't worry. But I really love not just bikes videos. We're gonna watch a little bit more, but it kind of opens my eyes as an American who's never even seen with my own experience what good public transportation is like, how it can be done well, and how Republicans who say it's a fantasy that it could happen here are just lying. They're just lazy or self-interested, and they're coming up with excuses for why good policy can't be implemented here in America, when it absolutely can if the political will exists.
In North America, it's village sprawl. Yet the country still manages to cover this highly dispersed population with exceptional public transport. Switzerland uses what is called clock face scheduling. For example, a transit vehicle that comes every 30 minutes will always come at 15 minutes and 45 minutes after the hour, or 5 minutes and 35 minutes, or maybe it's 4 times per hour at 5, 20, 35, and 50 minutes past the hour, but regardless,
you're never waiting long. This is like the kind of schedule where like the train's almost certainly going to be there or about to arrive or just arriving when you show up. And if it is just leaving as you arrive, then you've literally got 15 minutes to wait for your next train. Like that's not even bad, because you know how long it's going to be and the trains are almost always on time. So you can know, okay, I've got 15 minutes to go use the bathroom or go to a restaurant around the corner and like grab a snack and then get back here to eat it on the train. Like, it's so nice. You could never do that kind of thing here in America, in most cities at least. Maybe in some really well-established cities as far as transportation that's possible. I've never been to one where that is, but maybe in Seattle. I don't really use public transportation here, so maybe I'll try it out and I'll tell you if it's as good as anything in Europe. But from what I've heard, it's just pretty standard public transportation. There's just a lot of it.
It's consistent, and it goes all day, so that regular users won't have to think too much about the schedule. This is actually pretty normal, and many countries schedule their public transit this way, including the Netherlands and Germany. But Switzerland takes this a step
look
further
at all those
by
trains.
synchronizing their timetables across the entire country, a method called pulse timetabling or integrated timetables. Here's how it works. Train
like an
departure
immune
times
system.
at a train station are staggered, so that
For
trains may
ants
be
in an
arriving
ant
every
farm, yeah.
30 minutes at, say, 15 minutes past the hour, and departing in a different direction at, say, 25 minutes past the hour. This way, most people arriving at the station will have at most 10 minutes to wait for their connecting train. But Switzerland...
Like, dude, what is the downside for building... Okay, what is the downside for, like, a massive public spending bill for the sake of expanding train infrastructure around the country substantially? Like, in a way that would, like, let's say for a whole quadrant of the United States, let's say a really populated portion, the northeast of the United States. We decided in this quadrant, the northeast of the United States, like everything from Chicago to Boston, Philadelphia, New York, and like all in that kind of general area, we're just going to Switzerlandify its public transportation as far as trains. What is the downside there? Because my thought process is, okay, that is, for starters, going to cost a lot of tax money, but we already have a lot of tax money. Like, the money almost certainly already exists. We could certainly divert spending from other things already. And on top of that, the work needed to do that sounds like a bad thing, but isn't that a good thing? Presumably you're hiring American workers, so that's going to be a massive, like, job creator, because there has to be tons of railroad track laid down, then there has to be trains built, which is a job, and there has to be trains operated, which is a job. And then those people making money have to pay taxes. That money goes back to the government. They pay all sorts of taxes. They pay property tax in their homes. They pay sales tax on everything they buy. They pay income tax every year. So, like, I feel like in the long run, this kind of thing pays for itself. Places like Switzerland figured this out and just did it, and now they're experiencing the prosperity that comes from doing the seemingly hard things and just getting them done a long time ago, and have been doing it for a long time, and they've been benefiting from the fruits of their labors, and people just don't understand that, wow, spending money on public projects like this actually helps the country. It's so weird how Americans just aren't okay with their money going to anything that helps everybody. It's a very American idea.
It integrates these timetables throughout the entire network, across the entire country, to minimize connection durations as much as possible.
That guy's dressed as the Riddler.
Across the entire country.
Interesting drip. He's also surrounded by two Secret Service members, it seems. What's happening here? Two guys in suits and a dude in a Riddler suit. What's happening in this video? I would assume a con? Yeah, maybe. Cosplay? Cisplay? Maybe it's cisplay, true.
To minimize connection durations as much as possible. Not Just Bike's viewer, Jock Tur, has
He's being
written
arrested.
a great article about this that I'll link to in the description, but here's a quick summary for those of you who are allergic to reading.
Thank you.
His analysis, done at 10 a.m. on a Friday,
I am.
so outside of rush hour, shows that across the entire Swiss train network, the average wait time for a connection is 8.4 minutes.
That's insane. Like, I really like traveling by train. I've only done it a few times in my life, but like I love traveling by train. And it's way cheaper to spend, like, if you want to get like a private little booth in the train and have privacy and like get meals and stuff and travel long distances by train, you can do so for far cheaper than plane. It's just slower. And you might have to make connections, which sucks because those can be late and that can lead to complications, because that's the case in America at least. But it seems like here, this is just absurd. Like, this is just absurdly convenient. As someone get really bad motion sickness, trains are far superior. And I don't like heights, so I way prefer trains in that respect too. It seems like there are some places, though, where the trains can go faster than planes. At least I've heard that's the case.
With 77% of all possible connections being 10 minutes or less. That's astonishing, and it means that even a trip with multiple train connections is only marginally longer than a single direct train. Another benefit of integrated timetabling is that the Swiss can squeeze...
You don't end up being late either. Like, people don't account for how catastrophic it is in America to miss your anything. Like, if you catch your train... Or let's say you have a flight or a train or anything like that, and it has to stay stopped at the station for an hour longer than it's supposed to. This is really common with planes, for some maintenance or some bullshit like that. Or there's complications or whatever, right? And then it's able to set off, but it's an hour late. And, you know, let's say there's some other complications that happen along the way that tend to happen with trains that makes it a little extra late on top of that. Your next train you have to connect with, or your next plane you have to connect with, is still leaving at the same time if all things go well. And it is the fucking worst when the first train doesn't go well, and the second train is going perfectly well and leaves perfectly on time, but you arrive late. No fault of your own, nothing you could do to change it, and you're going to have to wait a while to get another train or plane that goes to where you're going. It sucks and is too common in American transportation. Way too common.
The most capacity possible out of their network. Switzerland is an incredibly mountainous country, and that means that building rail lines is extremely expensive. So there aren't a lot of individual rail lines, and a small number of routes need to be shared by a large number of rail services. This tight scheduling...
It's actually absurd how beautiful this is. People live here and, like, don't like it.
Is the only way a route like this could operate with only a single track through the mountains. For example, while traveling through the south of Switzerland, our train occasionally needed to wait briefly for another train to clear the tunnel, which was only a single track. But wait times were short, and we always arrived on time. Of course, in order to pull this off, the trains need to arrive when they're supposed to arrive, and Swiss trains are famously punctual.
Yes.
The official statistic is that 91.9% of all trains arrive on time, but it's even better than it sounds. First of all, on time is defined as within 3 minutes of the scheduled arrival time. This is a much stricter definition than you'll find in many other countries. Here in the Netherlands, for example, the national carrier, Nederlandse Spoorwegen, considers a train to be on time if it's within 5 minutes of the scheduled arrival time.
Oh.
So and where I used to live in the greater...
So they have more strict standards in Switzerland, and yet they still meet those standards exceptionally often. So even the trains that aren't meeting that standard are still oftentimes within the standard of what you'd expect in other countries that are really good still. Dude, I so badly want to visit Switzerland. I'll definitely have to do a vlog video when I go to Europe for the first time, where I go to Switzerland and experience, maybe like do a full circle around the country by train, see if I can do it in a day. I feel like it's got to be possible to do it in a day. Switzerland's pretty small, and the trains run on time quickly, and there's a lot of them, and they go everywhere. I feel like doing a full loop around the edge of Switzerland, or around like the main portion, has definitely got to be possible to do, even like in less than 24 hours. So maybe I'll do that someday. So please, go check out Not Just Bikes. As you can see, his channel's not just about bikes. It's also about trains. He has done an amazing job at sort of putting into words a lot of my frustrations with being an American and, you know, growing up with the city design that we have here in this country, that I could never really explain why it was frustrating. Like I'd stop at one of those 6-lane intersection, like, 4-way roads where you have to click a button and wait for the sign to change color and say you can walk across the street. And I'd sit there and I'd wait for like 10, 15 fucking minutes while I wait, just so I can cross the street and then walk another 20 minutes past like constantly speeding by cars that are like right next to me, because the sidewalks are right up against the road. There's barely any space too. So if two people are walking on the sidewalk and they try to walk next to each other, one person's going to get whacked in the elbow by someone's little side mirror. It really sucks. Okay, I could rant for a long time about how much I hate not driving in America, because I do everything but drive when it comes to transportation, and it really sucks when you're an American and you don't drive. If you drive, it's some of the most convenient design you could possibly imagine. Everything is drive-throughs, everything is pull-in, big parking lots everywhere where you can park your car. You're rarely ever going to not be able to park or find a place to park. You're rarely ever going to run into that much traffic, generally, if you're not in a city or on the highway and it's not rush hour. Like, you're just... Generally speaking, if you have a car, life is pretty convenient in America. If you don't have a car, it sucks. The thing is, European countries have made life pretty convenient if you have a car and if you don't. It's possible to pull both off. As an 18-year-old American who didn't get his driver's license on time, Xander Hall is correct. Yeah, I'm 24 and I don't have my license. Frankly, I don't see much reason to get one because I don't really drive many places. Like, I carpool most places. I don't really go that far. Everywhere I tend to go is within walking distance, especially where I am now. Found a very convenient place. I'm sure at some point it'll be convenient, but I like walking. I do. Getting around and exercising all in one. It's multitasking. It's convenient. Please go check out Not Just Bikes. Links will be in the description. Highly recommend you go subscribe and drop a like on this video. And yeah, hopefully you enjoyed. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I feel like it was pretty solid. God damn, you guys dropped a lot of subs during that segment. Thank you, guys. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. That means so much. Thank you so much. Really, really does mean a lot, by the way. Like, obviously, I just moved, and I was sick when I moved, so I had to take a bunch of time off work afterwards. So it's expensive, and money's tight. So donations really help a lot. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Pepper T21 said, this probably won't happen, but as for the retiring somewhere, I've decided you and other YouTubers are guaranteed citizenship on the island nation I'm going to build if I become filthy rich. Aw, thank you. Definitely hoping for that invitation if it ever happens, Pepper T21. Orther's Dork, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Minimum Volts. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 buccarinos. Said, reminder to drink water, wash your face, wear sunscreen, and nourish your body and mind. Love you guys. True, do all those things. I do most of those things right before I go live. I just got out of the shower before I started stream, and I always use this, like, grainy exfoliant soap for my face, and then I go over it with, like, a benzoyl peroxide soap, and then I rinse it with cold water, and that's my face care routine. I think overall it gets the job done, especially if I do it diligently and don't forget. But yeah, thank you, Ortho's Dork. I appreciate it, and I'm sure Minimum Volts does too. Thank you for the $5. Growlag the Creator, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you as well. Says, sorry for the I said piss type. The mistype earlier. Need to donate to make up for it. What I was saying, or trying to say, was that I hate it here in my home state of New Jersey, and I wish I could move to somewhere like Switzerland. Oh, I thought you were from Switzerland and hated it there. My bad. Yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from now. New Jersey sucks a dick. Thank you for the $5. I'm sorry you're in New Jersey. I hope you get out of hell. Transgal, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Werewolf Jester. I really appreciate it. I'm sure Werewolf Jester does too. Says, I've been dealing with a lot of crippling dysphoria recently. Oh, I'm sorry. So I thought I'd try to bring up my mood by bringing up someone else's. Aw, thank you. I really appreciate it. That really does bring up my mood. Thank you so much. And I hope you feel better, for real. You are a beautiful, beautiful person, Transgal. I don't know what your pronouns are. I assume she, her, but I don't assume, because I can't see your pronoun tag on here. And I know trans gals that go by they, them pronouns and all sorts of other pronouns, so I'm not misgendering. I'm woke, okay? I am the most woke. I outwoke all of you. Thank you for the $5. I really do appreciate it. She, her? Hell yeah. Well, I'm sure you are very beautiful. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. And may your dysphoria be crushed by the complimentary words of big YouTuber. Because those are way more powerful than the words of self-doubt you have in your mind. But thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you feel better. Can't misgender with they, them. That's true, but if somebody's having dysphoria, you specifically want to, like, compliment them on the basis of what pronouns they most identify with, right? Like, that's yeah. That's what I think, personally. You know, as a trans ally. Pushes up glasses. Fucking hate that term. Arthur's Dork, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Lancer. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, a 3-monther says, take my $12, sir. I absolutely will. Thank you. Said, for you have made my day so much better by streaming. My ex-best friend ended our friendship yesterday, and so this stream is nice. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Losing friendships is hard, but it happens, you know, and oftentimes it's for the best. If the friendship ended, it probably wasn't good for either you, the other person, or both of you in the long run anyway. So that's the way I usually see it. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, if you guys do donate a full $300 today in the dono goal, as always, I will put on a onesie, a funny onesie for the rest of the stream. So that's always an option. But remember, you can always support me non-financially for completely free just by dropping a like or subscribing on YouTube or ringing the bell icon too if you haven't already. It's completely free and it helps out a lot, so please consider dropping a like. For real, for real. Both of the gifted subs were 3-monthers. Oh. Wait, you gifted 3... You just ran out of room, Lamau? Wait a second. Okay, so, here, let me check. Shit. Why isn't there a log of donos on my site? That would be a cool thing to have. Okay. That's how it usually goes, Sabcat, but usually, like, ending a friendship officially happens because of a falling out. That's what I imagine probably happened between the two of them. 2,500 subs until you playing Glorious Sonic Adventure. Well, I'm doing it at 100K is when I play Sonic and get my hair dyed white, okay? I also really need a haircut, so I think I'll probably get, like, my hair cut and dyed white when I do it, but I'm gonna get a haircut before then, too. God, look how fucking... My hair's drying, so now it's starting to puff up uncontrollably. Oh, I hate it. My mom said I have Harry Styles hair the other day, and I was like, no, I don't. Don't say that to me. The 1-2 minimum volts and the 1-2 Delancer. Ah, okay, thank you. Okay, so that was minus 10. Wait, no, okay, hold on. No, okay. 42 minus 5 plus 12. Because I only counted 1. Because I did... Arthur's Dork, I correctly counted 1 as a $12 dono, right? You have Destiny hair? I do have Destiny hair, it's true. Silver's my favorite hedgehog? Yeah, so I'll have silver hair when I play the Sonic game. Like Silver, from Silver the Hedgehog. Will I ever play Blasphemous? The game is very beautiful. I've never heard of it. Distinky? True. Going for that Nero look? Really? I don't know who that character... I'm assuming you're talking about a different Nero than I'm talking about. Well, actually, no. With the white hair, it would be. It's 49? Okay, Pog. Perfect. Thank you, Delancer. I already had that figured out. I was just asking if I got it right. Thank you. I appreciate your support, guys. You've been so kind. And of course, for those of you guys that don't know, come this spring, I will be starting my quail content. Obviously, I'm going to need a good camera for making the highest quality content by then, so donating also helps me afford a camera, like a proper one, which I'll use for streaming and for recording videos. I'd also like to get a GoPro or some kind of strap I could put on my chest so I can hands-free hold the camera while it's recording, and you guys can see like me collecting the eggs, cleaning out their cage while I talk about stuff. I wish to fund the quails. Hell yeah, Arthur's Dork. Oh no, Zan isn't woke after all. Yes, I am. I'm woker than any of you. I'm the most woke person in this entire stream. No one here's woker than me. Alright. Really quick, I gotta run and get some water because I'm completely out and I'm thirsty. I think I'll get some water and a Monster Energy, actually. I think I'll go all in, you know? And just get myself some Monster to, like, pump myself up, wake my ass up a little bit. It won't be very long. I'll be right back, okay? Be patient. Be patient. I shall return. Are you just going to do segments while cleaning the cages or just ramble? I think I'll talk about whatever's like really big in the news that day that I don't plan to do a whole segment about. Talk about what's going on in my life. Just like a daily update type video that I do while I clean out the quail coop and collect their eggs and that sort of thing. Make myself breakfast with the eggs, you know? I think it'll be a cool like daily video type that I do. It can be like a morning video or like an afternoon video because that would probably... It would have to go up the day after I recorded it, realistically, in the morning maybe. But yeah, I'll be right back. Yo, I return. Hello. Hi, Zan. Hi, Chad. I'm back from workout times and shower. Hell yeah, I just got myself a cheesecake. I'm about to do the opposite of working out. To be fair, I need to bulk, you know? Dude, you know what's crazy? I wonder if I need to do a segment about this, because I see so many people talking about it, and I know that, like, a fair amount of them are, like, doing it in an attacking way, and they're probably not fans. But then there's also a fair amount of people that I can tell are fans of me that have commented this, like, either on Reddit or on my own videos or streams or VODs on my weight. Like, I keep seeing people saying that I look emaciated or that I look like I'm dying. And it's like, I don't think so. I'm definitely a skinny guy, but this is just kind of where I'm at whenever I'm not, like, constantly eating family-sized meals. I'm just a slim guy. I'm a hard gainer. You just look normal. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that older fans might be used to me when I was a little bit on the chunkier side that I'd ever been in my life, and I went back to my general normal weight that I am now, like, more recently. And so people think it as weird, but I was always roughly this, like, BMI most of my life. I was the fattest I've ever been when I started streaming. But I have a very high metabolism. It slows down in your 40s to 50s. Yeah, well, hasn't slowed down yet, that's for sure, which I guess I can enjoy while I have it. Yeah, I have a very fast metabolism. The problem is it takes a lot of work to feed it, you know? To feed it enough that I get extra weight. I also got myself a little bit of cheesecake because I will admit I'm a bit hungry. I'm a bit hungry. I got this at the store. So good. It's so goddamn good. Oh. Oh, it's so good, chat. I love cheesecake. Okay, everybody. I haven't seen it. What are your thoughts on the Destiny/Ben Shapiro debate? I didn't know that already happened. Did that happen? I only know about the Destiny Alex Jones debate. Did the Destiny Ben Shapiro debate happen and I missed it? I remember the pig puncher times. You don't look like you're dying to me. You just look like a naturally skinny 20-something. Yeah, I definitely want to bulk the fuck up. That's for sure. I would very much like to bulk TF up. Swimming and working out is my go-to. Yeah, swimming burns a lot of calories, though. I don't... Like, ideally, I'd be able to work out in a way that burns less calories, because then I have to eat less food to gain weight. But yeah, like, I already have such a fast metabolism. Like, I don't eat particularly well, and I look like this from, like... I mean, I get out and I walk around a fair amount. I walk everywhere, so that's physical activity. But, like, I don't do a lot of, like... I don't do a lot of moderate to hard exercising on a daily basis, right? Lifting uses a lot of calories. Cardio uses a lot of calories, that kind of thing. Like, this is how I look now. So just to gain weight, I'd have to eat a lot more, like just as I am. And to work out and gain weight, I have to eat even more. So, yeah. That's basically what I'm gonna have to do, is just eat a fucking lot of food. Probably in, like, smaller meals constantly throughout the day. Like, maybe hourly. Like, maybe I could prepare, like, every night I could prepare, like, a bunch of little Tupperwares. Like, maybe this big. Of, a different meal. Like, here's chicken and rice. Here's spinach and chicken. Here's some steak and noodles. Here's some pasta. Here's a fruit salad. Like, all in little mini meals, one for each hour of the day that I'd be awake. So, like, 12 little things, and each hour I would grab one and just gobble it down and make sure the calories add up to how many I need to eat per day to gain weight. That's probably the way you have to do it, realistically, if you don't have a personal trainer. Consider creatine. Yeah, I've had creatine before. Yeah, you have to, like, load it. You have to do, like, a loading period when you first take it, and then you can take, like, 1 scoop a day. You're going to look young a long time. You clearly take care of yourself to some degree and aren't a bigot. Bigotry ages you so much. Yeah, bigotry does seem to age you. Really, like, the things I do to take care of myself are just, like, washing my face. That does a lot. Exfoliant does so much. Like, getting a soap that has little pieces of sand type thing in it just kind of, like, rubs away dead skin and a lot of the grease and grime that's on your face that you can't even get off normally. And like it basically reveals a whole new fresh layer of skin every time you wash your face. And so you'll glow pretty well when you do that. Yeah, I always rinse so I always like I wash my face with hot water, like nice steamy hot water, but then when it's time to rinse the last bit of soap off, like the last, like, because I use multiple soaps, when I have the last bit of soap, I turn it to like nice and cold water and blast it all off with cold water, which like seals up the pores and keeps them from getting fucked up. I try to touch my face for as little as possible, just generally. That tends to help. I go hardcore skincare, like weekly chemical peels and stuff. I don't go that far, but I generally stay on top of it, especially since I became a streamer, because, you know, you kind of have to look nice on camera. You kind of have to look good on camera, or people just aren't really going to like looking at you, you know? All right. Let me get this set up. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. I have not watched this yet, and I am so ready to see it, finally. I've heard that this was going to end up happening, and while I've got mixed feelings on Destiny, I have to give credit where credit is due. I was inspired to do, like, lefty political streaming stuff because of Destiny, and I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for him. So, got mixed opinions, but generally they lean kind of on the negative side for more interpersonal reasons. He's done some pretty uncharitable things to friends of mine that I do not appreciate, and that's something I can't really look past because it's on a deeper level than political disagreement, right? Regardless, he's a big figure in this space, so there's no pretending he doesn't exist. Like, he's going to be making waves in the space, and I gotta cover him regardless. And he put out a video titled Destiny vs. Alex Jones, Glenn Greenwald and Darren Beatty, featuring Krasenstein brothers. Now, I knew this was going to be happening because of mumblings on Twitter about it for like a couple days, but I was expecting, because I never saw a date that it was going to happen, I was expecting it to be like months or weeks out, far enough out that it could get canceled and never actually happen, that it would, you know, realistically fall through. To my surprise, I woke up this morning and saw this in my recommended, and here we go. It actually happened. Destiny has debated Alex Jones. I do not know what happens here. I saw one 30-second clip on Twitter that was funny as fuck, and that, like, it was Destiny doing an impression of Alex Jones, and I knew right away, god damn, it's as good as we were hoping it would be. It's as good as we were hoping it would be. All right, I'm ready for this. We're obviously not going to watch the whole thing, but we'll watch, like, a decent chunk of it, and I'll give my takes on things. But I'm ready to witness this. I'll definitely be watching the rest of it off stream, because this is a mandatory viewing type debate. Let's watch. I got my cheesecake. Oh, no volume. Oh, my bad. Oh, hold on. Editors, we'll have to fix that. Hold on. I'll restart it, okay? I'll restart it. Sorry, my bad. One thing I want to start off with, because I just watched that last bit there with you guys not being able to hear it, is It's surprising that Destiny is going into this like 100%, by the looks of it, 100% good faith, like a notepad and a pen, wanting to like argue actual points. Because I wonder, he's really good at that, and he's generally pretty good at bringing people in, because that's like a pretty good way of presenting yourself to an audience. He looks like he really cares about the topics generally, and I think he does most of the time. I don't think there's many things he talks about that he doesn't unironically care about. I don't know if this is going to work with Alex Jones fans. Like, Destiny's debate bro, logic bro, like, way of doing things where he hammers in on an actual issue and expects answers to a question about an actual issue. I don't know if that's actually going to resonate much with Alex Jones fans, because they're just going to look at it as a triggered liberal trying to persecute him. Alex Jones has done this really good job of, like, shrinking down, or building an audience and shrinking it down to the most radical and hyper-supportive people there are within his fan base. I don't know how convincible they are at this point. Many of them have watched and listened to him for decades. Like, there are a lot of, like, boomers, like, big-time boomers that listen to Alex Jones and have listened to him for decades. He's good at filling people's brains with worms, yeah.
Would you have been okay in the year 2000 if Gore refused to certify the vote because he didn't like what's happening in Florida?
A lot of Democrats did want
you
him to do
answer that
that.
question? Glenn, answer the question.
Yeah, and I would have actually. Yes, a lot of Democrats were angry about that.
I'm not asking if I'm asking you would be okay personally if he refused to certify the vote.
I think there were two.
You want to answer the question? What would have happened if Pence would have thrown out the vote?
No, that's a hypothetical. Trump wanted a 10-day investigation.
No, but
I don't care
he
what Trump
also
wanted.
wanted Pence to throw out the
Yeah, what would have happened? What would you have called that?
And we're pushing for that.
Yeah, what would we have called that? Can I get a name for that? If you don't want to call it a coup or an insurrection, what would you call that?
Well, I'd call it taking Trump off the ballot and saying we can't vote for him.
I know you won't answer because you probably know he's guilty. That's fine. What about
I
you
know
or
he's
Glenn?
guilty.
Glenn, what would you call it if the president was able to entrench his power by asking his vice president to throw out the vote unilaterally, which is what he was trying to do? Do you want to deny the facts? Do you want to deny that it's a...
You know, to be fair, if he keeps them quiet and like stumbling enough, they might look dumb enough that it resonates with people. We need 10 times speed. This is 1.3 times speed. Is this Destiny's set? No, this is Alex Jones' set. I think he rebranded his show post the lawsuit. I think this is what Alex Jones' show looks like now, right? Or are they on another show and not InfoWars or Alex Jones' new show? I have no clue. I don't follow these degenerate spheres of the internet that closely. I like it when he's mean to this type of person. Destiny's like hail. You know? Like, hail sucks when it's falling on your head. It really, really does. But when you're inside and watching it fall on the head of someone you really don't like, you really kind of like hail a little bit. That's pretty much my opinion of Destiny. He's like ice rocks falling from the sky.
It's a coup. What part?
A coup.
Why didn't he call them off immediately if he thought it didn't make him look good?
It was happening while he was giving a speech.
Wrong. The reason why he didn't call them off is because Kim, Giuliani, and Eastman were making phone calls to other senators and congressmen asking them to decertify the electoral vote.
No.
You were there, but you weren't. Do you acknowledge that happened, or do you not acknowledge it?
We're talking about the crowd.
I don't care about the crowd. I'm saying that as the riot was raging on and he was sitting there sipping his Diet Coke, if this really made him and his followers look bad, why didn't Donald Trump make a video immediately?
I'm about to do it because I can talk over you really easy.
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
No, you're doing it.
Look forward to you dodging the question again. Go ahead.
You're doing it.
No, you.
So, you.
No, you.
You.
Both of you.
Keep doing it.
Okay.
Jump into it. I want to introduce our panel.
All right, this seems like it's going to get good. From what I'm hearing, this is a different, like, conservative Chud podcast. Oh, I recognize this guy. This is Moonlord. This is Moonlord from Tim Pool's show. Okay. We got some familiar faces here.
Of incredible people, as I said earlier, and I'm going to start from the end and give you guys a chance to introduce yourselves. We have Ed Krasenstein.
Yeah, how's it going? I'm Ed Krasenstein. You know me on X at Ed Krasen, also the twin brother of Brian.
Thanks for pointing out that it's
Okay. Are these guys, like, progressive? Because I could have sworn these two, like, are liberal posters on Twitter, but I haven't seen their posts in a long time. Are they, like, conservative now or something? Or are they still left-wing? Like, I haven't seen posts from them in a real long time. They might have blocked me. I don't know that for sure, but, like, it's just weird. I haven't seen a post from them in, like, years. But I know they were, like, big on Twitter, like, in 2019, 2020 on, like, lefty Twitter. Does anyone know? Are the Krasen brothers, like, still lefty liberal posters on Twitter, or are they trying? Well, I guess we'll find out based on their arguments here.
Krasenstein, not Krasenstein.
Well, it can actually be either. You can do Krasenstein or Krasenstein, and I really don't care what you use. So.
It's Frankenstein, not Stein.
Not Frankenstein.
But that was Alex Jones, if you didn't know. We also have Brian Krasenstein.
Hey, Ian, it's great to
I
be
couldn't
here.
tell.
I'm Brian Krasenstein, known as Krasenstein on X. Ed's slightly better looking and more intelligent twin brother.
And modest as well. Probably the most modest of the Krasensteins. Next to Brian, we have Stephen Bonnell, known as Destiny. What's happening, man?
Whoa.
Hey, what's up? You know me on YouTube at Destiny. My real life name is Steven, and I scream and shout at people on the internet for a living.
Next to this dude, we got Alex Jones. Alex, explain yourself.
Well, I don't think I probably needed much of an introduction, but I mean, I was there on January.
How much you want to bet he's going to give a little bit here in his introduction to how he has been oppressed and attacked by the legal system for what he said about the Sandy Hook families?
6, and I saw what happened. And so it's a very important discussion we're about to have tonight. I'm glad everybody came. We need to have more of this, not just left and right, but just different groups of people debating and discussing. I'm really glad that Zero Hedge and their great subscription service, people supporting it, is financing this. And so you're going to see a lot more of this, people supporting Zero Hedge. And so I'm just honored to be here with you guys in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Zero Hedge. Great company. Great people, too. Really great people involved with the company. And to your left, my right, Darren Beatty. What's happening, man?
Great to be here. Thank you. I'm Darren Beatty. I run a news site called Revolver.news, which is reported extensively on January 6th. And you can also see me on X at Darren J. Beatty.
And you're a Trump advisor.
My favorite thing about conservatives and their rhetoric around January 6th was how it started. Like, when it first started, there was lots of excuses for it. Like, oh no, this is just a peaceful protest on the Capitol. Then it went undeniably violent, because videos and footage and reports were coming out of the Capitol that it was getting violent. And they started saying, oh, it's Antifa. Antifa are the ones being violent. Antifa are killing people. Antifa are provoking the police. Antifa are trying to break in. And then, once those right-wingers started getting arrested, and it became a political point to defend them, all of a sudden the Antifa January 6ers point completely dissolved away, and they were actually patriots who did nothing wrong. When before they were saying they were Antifa trying to do an insurrection, was their original talking point, and they just moved straight off of that. It's possibly one of the most shameless topics that right-wingers talk about, because they have to just make excuses for that time they tried to destroy American democracy.
And speechwriter.
Yes.
And a former professor. And you helped quarterback a lot of the groundbreaking stuff that Tucker Carlson put up.
Indeed.
So I'll say your praises.
Thank you.
And we also have coming in remote live, Glenn Greenwald from your studio in Brazil. What's happening, Glenn?
Brazil?
Hey everybody, Glenn Greenwald. I'm a journalist. I'm the host of System Update on Rumble. I had planned to be there in person. A little logistical problems intervened, and I wish I could be, but I'm really looking forward to participating. And I just want to echo Alex. I think what Zero Hedge is doing is so important, organizing these kind of substantive structured debates among people who obviously disagree pretty strongly on things, and yet nonetheless can have what I hope will be a civil and spirited debate, what I expect it will be. So I'm really looking forward to it. And
I don't really know much about Glenn Greenwald. What I've heard has not been good, though. I've not heard any good things about him. Only bad things.
appreciate being asked.
Yes, that is my job, is to make sure that it maintains civility, structure, organization, and that we don't talk over each other, that we end up listening to each other. The real value of humanity, one of the most powerful tools we have, is communication. So I think tonight's going to be an exemplary example of that. Let's go for this. The first question I got for you guys, and this is really for the entire panel, and anyone that wants to start it off, maybe we can start with you, Ed, since just because you're on the end and we can move around, is January 6, 2021. Was it an insurrection? And before you answer, I want to read this. This is actually what it's called 18 U.S. Code 2383, rebellion or insurrection.
Yeah, let me do an overhead shot. This is right out of Cornell Law here.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to start reading this. This is according to the U.S. Code. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. It technically doesn't define insurrection. It's the code talking about what an insurrection is. Of course, they use the word insurrection.
Well, it's the code of how one should be punished if they are participant or the starter or supporter of an insurrection or rebellion. So this is explaining what Trump should be punished with, which is being stricken from the ballot, being in prison for no more than 10 years, a fine, etc., etc. So what is an insurrection? I mean, you can look at plenty of definitions, but I'd say, yeah, January 6th was an attempted insurrection. Just because it didn't succeed doesn't mean it wasn't a crime. In the same way that, like, breaking someone's window and trying to get into their house to steal their belongings, but you, like, fall through the window and cut your arm open and almost bleed out, and they come in and they call the police and you get, like, taken to the hospital. Just because you failed to break in and steal while someone was home doesn't mean you're not going to get charged like you succeeded, because you intended to do so. So, yeah, I'd say we ought to treat Trump legally like we would treat anybody else. Just because he was the president doesn't mean he should have special privileges above the law. Trump supporters think he should, and they've gotten more and more brazen and just outright stating he should, in their opinion. But no, I prefer if he is subject to all the same rules and laws that we are. I think most of you guys would agree. This isn't exactly a hot take.
In the actual code itself. But what do you think? Do you guys think it was an insurrection?
So
Yes.
I personally believe it was an insurrection.
Oh, good.
And I base that on the fact that 20 court decisions called it an insurrection. And the fact that there was a bill passed in the Senate that called them a mob of insurrectionists.
They're going to call that the swamp. They're going to call any court decisions the swamp. They're going to say, oh, yeah, well, of course, you've got a bunch of different court decisions coming from the swamp that is Washington that wants to destroy Trump. So, of course, they would call it an insurrection. The funny thing is that we've got, like, multiple leaked texts and, like, videos and audio of Alex Jones going on rants about how much he hates Donald Trump, wishes he never met him, and regrets supporting him because of how much of a failure he thinks Trump ended up being. But now Donald Trump is back in the political, like, front runner, and he has to completely walk back all that negative shit he said and pretend to be on the Trump train again. But they all, like, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, all these people, right after Trump lost, already let it slip how much they supposedly never liked the guy. I don't know, Phoenix 88. I hope so.
I think the bill passed, or it was in the House of Representatives, 406-21. That was a statute to award the police officers medals, and it referred to these individuals as insurrectionists. So, I mean, I think the term can be subjective. I think, people can say nobody was charged with violating Section 2383 of Title 18, which is insurrection and rebellion statute. And nobody was, right? But I don't think that defines whether the event was an insurrection. When I say insurrection,
there's not a lot of political will to do so, and a lot of these people had just extraordinary campaigns made to get them some of the best lawyers you could imagine. There were huge conservative money organizations funding the lawyers for these guys, because them getting the lightest sentence possible is a massive W for the right in America. They know that that's a political win. It's a culture war talking point. And the more convictions there were for Jan 6th, the worse it makes Trump look. So they've been doing everything they can to soften the legal consequences for as many of the Jan 6ers as possible. Extremist experts fear that Trump supporters might start killing people or put together another OKC bombing type event if Trump is jailed. I mean, they'll definitely try to kill people, but, like, this is an argument for, like, arming yourself if you're progressive. If we're literally at a point where people think, like, experts think that actually levying the law against Trump equally as you would any other citizen would result in mass killings by Trump supporters, then that's a very clear sign that progressives need to buy more guns. Because, like, yeah, I always assume that if Trump is gets seriously arrested and taken off the ballot, all the Trump supporters are going to get violent. Obviously. Like, and that news could come any day. Yeah, you should be ready. They think threatening us is going to free him? Well, I don't think so. I don't think they're threatening. I think they're more so saying, like, if he gets arrested, then they believe that this country is against him because he can do no wrong. A lot of them genuinely believe he can do no wrong. And so if he gets arrested, it must mean that the country is biased against him, the government, the swamp, the laws, everything, the police. And they'll think it is the right thing to do to engage in a violent insurrection again.
I don't mean everybody there was partaking in insurrection. There were people who were peaceful. The people who walked into the Capitol and did nothing, I don't think that they were insurrectionists. I think they violated the law, but I don't think they were partaking in insurrection. I do think the Proud Boys were partaking in insurrection. I think you could say Donald Trump incited the insurrection. I do.
It's really hard to say, but I would argue that anybody who entered the Capitol when it was against the law to do so was partaking in the insurrection. Everybody who, like, broke into the building, went inside as the police retreated the line, like, anyone who went past the line the police set up and had to retreat to for their own safety is an insurrectionist. If you were, like, pushing back against the police at the Capitol building and forcing them inside and then forced yourself inside and further and further and further, regardless of whether or not you attacked anyone, you're an insurrectionist. Absolutely. Yeah.
Destiny, what do you think, man?
I would say the plot from start to finish is quite obviously an insurrection. The only way to get around that is to either justify an insurrection, which is what most conservatives do, they don't realize it, or to deny that an insurrection could ever happen, or if you're not aware of all the facts of what happened. I think that Donald Trump and his cronies had a very coherent plan that they tried to enact from start to finish, starting with false claims of voter fraud, leading to false slates of electors.
They set up, he's completely right here, by the way, Donald Trump and his campaign were setting up for his loss. Donald Trump definitively knew, for a fact he knew he was not going to win the election. And yet, he prepared the claim that if he loses, the election was stolen. They were preparing this narrative for weeks before the election actually happened. The narrative was always, if I don't win, the election was stolen. He was always saying that. He was always saying that in a fair election, he simply could never lose. Yeah, Congress made this public. Yeah, it's part of the documents that came out recently, part of the January 6th trial.
I think that Donald Trump and his cronies had a very coherent plan that they tried to enact from start to finish, starting with false claims of voter fraud, leading to false slates of electors that filed themselves as state electors under perjury, which is what they did, up to the violence that happened on the day of the certification of the vote, where Donald Trump and his friends continued to try to delay the peaceful transfer of power by contravening the certification of the Electoral College vote.
And what I want to make sure that we don't force this into like what they want to call a debate where you got to be called on or anything. So if any of you guys, Glenn, you as well, man, if any of you guys want to jump in.
Yeah, the two of them just went. I want Glenn to go, but I just want to say something here. I was there, and I was investigated and subpoenaed by the Justice Department in at least 5 criminal investigations, and I was forced to testify in front of the Jan 6 committee, which they've now been destroying the records because the records show the opposite of what they said. Trump and all of us had a stage.
So, you know, right there. So anytime these people make a claim like that, immediately, you know it's bullshit. Okay, the January 6th committee is burning records because it's bullshit. Does that sound right? Okay, so you can tell Destiny's writing that down right now, and as soon as Alex Jones stops talking, he's going to go down a list of bullshit points that Alex Jones made and challenge him on them. So what info has been destroyed in regards to the January 6th Commission? What resources do you have on that? Is that backed up by anything? Do you have any sources for that? Like, that kind of thing. Because that is a strong claim, and I guarantee you, Alex Jones either A, made it the fuck up, I made it the fuck up, or got it from Breitbart, or his own show, InfoWars. He made it up and, like, purported it on his own show, or one of his people made it up.
Rented by the Supreme Court. He was supposed to have another round.
For the record, by the way, these InfoWars guys cite themselves as a source, like articles they wrote as a source, all the fucking time. How many times have we covered a Paul Joseph Watson video where he cites a article, then we look up the title of the article that he cites to only find out it's an InfoWars article published by Paul Joseph Watson? It's shameless.
Alley there. We showed up before Trump finished his speech. People were getting tear gas and hit by bullets and there were a bunch of provocateurs leading an attack against the police, and they broke through. And then this million-plus people then got blamed as insurrectionists, and Biden gave a big speech yesterday saying they're all terrorists. So by that extension, Kamala Harris, as the VP candidate, was bailing people out of jail that burned down police stations and firebombed federal buildings. And the idea of Biden's speech yesterday, making his whole campaign about January 6th, saying political violence is never good, the Democrats are the ones that call for political violence. So I would...
Okay. Let's say that's true. Let's say Kamala Harris was paying the bail of people who firebombed police stations. Okay. A protest in which people destroy buildings is, I would say, pretty bad. I'm going to be honest, guys. I know, lib-cucky optics, politics, or whatever. But I do think it is bad when progressives destroy property, or even hurt, and especially hurt people in protests. The more peaceful the protests, the better. The right typically uses the left engaging in violence to get their point across, and they use the left giving them attention when they protest to get their point across, right? My mom told me about this. There's a town not too far away from Palm Springs where my mom lives where there was a big Nazi protest. Like the Westboro Baptist Church and like a bunch of alt-right groups like came out to do a protest in the middle of the town. And it very likely could have gotten a bunch of media attention and caused a bunch of internet like stir and everything, but they knew that's what these guys want. They want to get like their protests to have a bunch of national coverage and attention and a Twitter trend and everything. So instead, the residents of the town took their tractor trailers and just kind of lined them up all along the road where they were holding their big march and basically blocked every view that wasn't within the street where the march was happening away so that like the kids going to school wouldn't have to see it, people going about their day wouldn't have to see it. They were only given a permit for this area that's like very secluded within the town, and they banned any press from going and like photographing it and everything. The most video you could get or photo you could get is just the sides of trailers with some like people in between. And so they didn't give them any attention, and they just were completely ignored. They got to do their little hate parade completely alone in the middle of a deserted street, blocked off from the view of everybody, no press attention, and eventually they just wore themselves out and left. Because the fact is, if there's no lefties to trigger on this, like, you know, counter-protesting and screaming at them, then they don't care. Like, they get bored and they leave and they realize it's pointless because they are powerless without a reaction. So, yeah. Is banning the press from covering it legal? It's not that they banned the press from covering it. It's more so that they just, like, heavily discouraged it. They set it up in such a way that would be really hard to cover, and they just secluded it. They put it in a spot where there's not a lot of vantage to get, like, high and look down at it. You would have to use a drone, but there's a lot of trees right above that have, like, their thick brush, so it's really hard to get a drone high enough to see the whole thing. And it's blocked off with tractor trailers. You can look up the story and find what I'm talking about, no doubt, because it was pretty recent. But, yeah, it was, the press covered it. It's just they covered it in this way rather than covering it as a Nazi protest in the middle of the town. They covered it as a town quells Nazi protest, starves them of attention. That's how they covered it instead. So they didn't really ban them. They just sort of discouraged them from covering it the way they would have otherwise, so they'd cover it in a different way, which is, you know, encouraging the town for doing something that clever.
Was there with a bullhorn, I could only reach 100 yards out when the tear gas was hitting me, saying, don't go in, don't fight the police. This is a setup. And we have hundreds of videos. And so regardless of what the left tries to do, they're all out there of people taking off their Antifa stuff and putting on the
Wait, he's actually doing it. No way. Wait, he's actually doing it. There's videos of people taking off their Antifa stuff and putting on right wings. Is that what he's about to say? Why would you go there in Antifa gear in the first place if you were trying to pretend to be a right-wing Trump supporter to frame the right-wingers? Why would you ever have gone there in Antifa gear in the first place? Why would you change? Why? Because if you went in with Trump supporters as an Antifa guy, they'd call you out, they'd attack you, they'd be pissed off at you, they might shoot you. That makes no sense. And it's also not real. He's actually dredging up the conspiracy I earlier said has been dead for a while, and they moved off of it, but apparently they're still on that shit, or at least Alex Jones still is.
Trump garb and the police fake arresting people, attacking them, and then high-fiving them. I mean, this is all...
Wait. Did he almost say Nazi, but then say Trump garb instead? Wait, listen to what he said.
Don't go in, don't fight the police. This is a setup. And we have hundreds of videos. And so regardless of what the left tries to do, they're all out there of people taking off their Antifa stuff and putting on the Trump garb. And
I swear he almost said Nazi there. I swear he almost said Nazi. Maybe not. I don't know. That was either a "m" or a "n" syllable he started with and cut himself off with. I don't know.
And the police fake arresting people, attacking them, and then high-fiving them. I mean, this has all come out in the new footage, and it's all getting...
Wait, fake arresting them? How were they fake
They would grab them and arrest them, and then drag them in, and then high-five them, take the handcuffs off and high-five them. Those videos, what people are going to take everything I say, they're going to put it on X and show what I said. That's where we dominate.
Yeah,
and so it's what I'm getting at it. Let me say this.
They're going to put the clips, and they're going to show what I said. They're going to put it on Elon Musk's Twitter. That's where we dominate. We do so well on Twitter. Oh, God. Remember, guys, one of the most frustrating things is that these people consider success as far as, like, making money and subs and likes and views online. They consider that a sign that they are in the right. I can't tell you how many times, and it's hilarious how it goes up over the years, right? Like, you can ask any lefty YouTuber and they get these comments. It's very regular. Like, let's say I cover someone like Blair White. I've covered Blair White a lot, from when I had like 20,000 subs to now when I have nearly 90,000 subs. So over time, every, like, let's say 10,000 subs, the number goes up where people say, oh, well, if you're so in the right, then why do you only have 10,000 subs and Blair has millions? Oh, why do you only have 20,000 and Blair has millions? Why do you only have 30, 40, 50, 60? And now they round up to 100,000 in most of their comments. Because for a lot of these people, they actually think, oh, if you're right, why don't you have more subs? A lot of people actually, within the right, operate in this weird internet content-brained way where the amount of likes a video has must mean the person saying stuff in the video is right. And it's a dangerous thought process that's getting shamelessly popular.
What I'm getting at here is they now admit hundreds of federal officers were there. So when Trump started his speech, this whole thing began with Ray Epstein saying, go into the Capitol. He told the Jan 6 committee, yeah, it's true, it's in his text messages. He told family, I orchestrated it. So under pressure, they finally indicted him, but only recommended 6 months. So a few hundred people got manipulated into fighting the police. They were led and driven by provocateurs and other groups. They were others, then they opened the doors and the police wave them in hundreds of videos. They walk through the velvet ropes, and then they indict over 1,000 people that just walked through velvet ropes. And then now we're told in the National Security Directive of President Biden, the #1 threat is the American people. And he had a declaration of war yesterday against all Trump supporters.
One thing that Alex Jones is extraordinary at is just nonstop spewing bullshit. He's really, really good at that. Alex Jones is extraordinary at that. He just nonstop gish gallops a conspiracy theory made up on the spot. I don't even think he got this from anywhere. I don't even think he pulled this from, like, Breitbart or InfoWars or anything. I think he just is making this stuff up on the fly.
Says to protect democracy, we're not going to let you vote for Trump. So as Stalin said, I care not who casts the votes, I care who counts them. Well, Biden doesn't care who casts the votes. He cares who's allowed on the ballot. So we've already won. No one's buying this. And when this happened 3 years ago, the Wall Street Journal had to print a retraction, but they said I was there as a coward telling people to attack. Well, no, they wouldn't let me put the video on Twitter where I was saying don't go in. But the truth is, it's coming out. And so that's the bottom line here. And this attempt by Biden to cast the American people as the enemy in all these movies about martial law and civil war.
Look at this. Look at how his rhetoric is like, to cast the American people as the enemy. Ah, yes, my fans, the people who agree with me, are the American people. We're the majority. We're everybody. We are the American people. Biden is victimizing everybody. If you agree with me, if you feel like you have been victimized by Biden, you're a true American. And if you feel like you're a true American, you've been victimized by Biden, so you should support me. It's a very cult leader way of speaking.
and race war. That's their only hope because the
Race
corrupt,
war.
evil Democratic Party and its evil twin, the Republicans, they've lost power and populism is rising. Quite frankly, this was not an insurrection. It was an insurrection that would have been guns. And it's in the Declaration of Independence that it's our right and duty to get rid of a government that's destructive of what the people want. But I'm not calling for violence. We're winning this politically, but we're being cast as about to be violent the next 10 months because all these indictments and all these attacks to not let Americans vote for who they want aren't working and are backfiring. And all the big Democrat lawyers now admit it. Axelrod admits it. Carville admits it. They all...
I like how Alex Jones, I've never seen a debate where he doesn't say, oh yeah, also everything I'm claiming has been admitted to by everybody I say is bad. And it's complete bullshit. He just is a complete bullshit artist. He doesn't care if he gets fact-checked live. He's been doing this for years and years and years. He has such an established audience of people that don't care about the truth, that, you know, the truth is whatever Alex Jones just said. He doesn't have to say anything true. He doesn't have to care. He doesn't have to worry about getting called out for lying. He lives in bliss.
admit this attempt, like we're in Venezuela or something, to take Trump off the ballot when he's never been convicted of insurrection. This is a military tribunal, U.S. code from the Civil War. If a military tribunal found you were guilty of being involved in insurrection, that meant after the war ended.
Can I ask you a question? Alex, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So do you think the Confederates during the Civil War were partaking in insurrection?
I mean, in retrospect, because I wasn't alive then, I think the South got manipulated into that. I thought there was real issues between the North and South, the abolitionists.
The South got manipulated into that. All right, I'm going to summarize what actually happened, okay? So basically, for a very long time, there was just like a good handful of states, and we decided that the best way to go about things would be to half and half which states could do slavery and which states could not do slavery. And we set a line. It's why there's this like straight line of states. When you look at the map of America, that's like the residue of that line, where you can do slavery south of this line. You can't do slavery north of this line. And a bunch of the states in the South were pissed off about this because, like, as more states were coming in that were anti-slavery, this meant that the popularity of slavery started to get outnumbered within the U.S. government at a higher level, and because the South at the time was relying so heavily on slavery economically and had such a cultural attachment to it because they were racist, they felt that the continual adding of states that were not pro-slavery meant that they were being put under attack, and this led to a massive amount of strain, and eventually, like, everything split. And, like, I'm pretty sure it started out with, like, a few militias just, like, fighting and, like, attacking groups of free men. It was, like, the start of the Civil War, and it escalated into, like, a more organized split of two different powers fighting against each other, which was actually a bunch of different groups on the South side, while the North was far more, like, you know, it was America. They weren't traitors. Like, the Confederacy was disjointed as fuck. It's super complicated history, but the idea that the South was manipulated is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. A shit ton of people in the South were so dedicated to preserving slavery that despite not even being of an economic class that could benefit from the owning of slaves, they still fought and died to defend slavery. Like, there were a lot of people who just wanted to preserve it, no matter what economic class they were in the South. They made it part of their identity. And nowadays, the fact that slavery is so frowned upon, but the Confederacy is so fundamentally important to modern-day conservatives, they have to find a way to whitewash something that was so heavily, undeniably historically tied to slavery.
Had a good point, and slavery needed to end. It was really about the North.
So just to be clear, the person that's defending the J6 riders won't say that the Confederate states were engaged in insurrection.
Well, that's not what I see. Here's what happens.
Funnily enough, a Confederate flag flew for the first time ever on the American Capitol during the January 6th insurrection. When the insurrectionists came in and one of them was flying a Confederate flag. Not even during the Civil War did a Confederate flag make it to the U.S. Capitol. But on that day, it did. Think about that. In 2020, or 2021, a Confederate flag flew for the first time at the U.S. Capitol. It's a sad thought.
No, hold on. That's not true.
That's what it sounded like you said. Well, you can correct the record. So do you think they were engaged in insurrection?
I was trying to talk, and the thing I said was, I think the South was wrong, and then you just said that I support what the South did. No.
I didn't say you supported that. I said that you said that they weren't engaged in insurrection. Do you think the Confederate States were engaged in insurrection?
Was that because there were rebellions during Reconstruction at the end of the Civil War, and they were saying if you lead an uprising...
Alex Jones has already been triggered. It's about to get good already. I like this one chatter who's got, like, who posts the nail biting and sweat emote because Alex Jones is getting angry, and he's kind of like a massive hulking gorilla. And somewhat physically imposing, I will say. I'd be a little frightened to piss off Alex Jones in a like one-on-one debate because I'm not entirely convinced he wouldn't try to eat me.
Against the northern occupation of the South, you're precluded from running from office because they were worried about Southerners getting office again, like Jefferson. No, I do not support the Civil War or slavery, and I'm not a, quote, Confederate.
Okay, but
and
was
we're
it
not
an
fighting that.
insurrection?
That's not what I said.
My question is...
Like, I would be scared if I were Destiny, because Destiny's like a fun-sized meal for Alex Jones and sitting right next to him. So, like, I'd be frightened in his position.
Was it an insurrection, yes or no?
Yes, if you were... No. The law, yes, I think that it was a civil war, and you can say an insurrection.
Okay, so is it insurrection? Did anybody get charged with insurrection rebellion?
What I'm saying is...
With violating statute. Did anybody get charged? No, I'm asking you. You just said it was insurrection. Did anybody get charged with violating the insurrection and rebellion statute?
Yes, people did.
No, because there was no statute there. That's my point.
No,
you don't need to. You don't need to violate that statute in order to be partaking in insurrection, because the Civil War was an insurrection, and nobody got charged with violating that. No, that's what I'm saying. That's my point, Alex. You're changing the subject because you know it's correct.
Even the Democratic Party lawyers on CNN say you have to be convicted under the 14th Amendment of this before you can. You can't.
What? Okay, it's so weird how he's got these like boogeymen that he has designated Democratic Party lawyers on CNN. It's like he's just jumbling as many scary words for Republicans to hear together as possible. CNN, Democratic, lawyers, and like trying to put together the scariest sounding fear bait for Republicans he possibly can. Yeah, it's like he's doing the thing where you type like 3 words to begin a sentence on your phone, and then you keep clicking the first recommended word over and over again to fill in the sentence. That's what he's doing, but with like the first like scary right-wing boogeyman word that comes to mind.
You don't get convicted under the 14th Amendment. You get convicted under Section 2383 of Title 18.
Well, let's slow down a little. Let's slow down a little.
A congressional resolution to give awards to Capitol Police is not a conviction of Donald Trump to remove him from the ballot. He's been indicted for saying they stole an election. So now they want to take him off the ballot so you can't vote for him, which is pure stealing of an election. I think this is not, he's the Yankee. He's not.
Notice he is actively just saying whatever sounds good at the time. He relies on loudly yelling and not giving anyone time to breathe. And, well, he does it best in his own show when there is no one challenging him. But this is what he does, and his audience will eat it up. I don't feel like they can be convinced, most Alex Jones viewers. I don't feel like they can be convinced. I feel like to be a like Alex Jones fan for real, you've got to be real far gone. Like, you've got to be far gone to be an unironic Alex Jones fan in 2024.
Somebody in Georgia. He's not Robert E. Lee. This has nothing to do with it.
Also, a quick fact check. On the 14th Amendment, it doesn't require a conviction under Section 3. You can literally put it on the text on the screen. It does not say it needs to be convicted.
I guess we need to define the difference. Alex, one second. We need to define the difference between the casual term insurrection and the legal definition of insurrection.
Yes.
Well, there's another thing we need to talk about. So, yes, there's the casual term. There's the etymology of the term insurrection, which simply suggests a rising up. So by that definition, that could encompass a wide range of things.
Black Lives Matter.
Wait. So there's a rising up. Then there's the legal definition, but we have...
Okay, so the fact is, every American has the right to freedom of speech, to their First Amendment right, to freedom of speech and expression, right? So that means you can gather and protest, you can say whatever you want, within reason. Obviously, like the screaming fire in a crowded theater thing isn't allowed, but like that's pretty good. That's an important thing. I like that we have that. My concerns about the right are about people who would take that right away from us. I use the word right a lot there. My concerns about conservatives are centered around the idea that these people if they were to gain unanimous power like they want to, they would take our First Amendment rights away. Everything that Republicans say they want to protect and claim the left is attacking, they want to destroy and only want to exist insofar as they can weaponize it. Freedom of speech would not exist in a fully Trump-controlled America. That would not exist. They do not like dissent. There's a reason why, when there are political movements and protests that they don't agree with, they can't call it a protest. They can't call it people exercising their First Amendment rights. It has to be an uprising, a riot. It has to be mobs of people burning down buildings, despite the fact every bit of data argues that's not the case. Because they cannot accept that a popular, legal, constitutionally protected movement is gaining popularity in America.
Have politically weaponized court systems, so that's not even, I think, a proper standard. I think the proper standard is the sweep of a...
How have court systems been politically weaponized? In what way? How has that happened? That's never been demonstrated. Donald Trump hasn't even been sent to prison before, despite breaking the law numerous times.
Proper historical perspective. Does the event of January 6th compare to the antecedent that we've been discussing, the Civil War? So if the question is, is Civil War an insurrection? My question is the scope and scale of the event of January 6th comparable to the Civil War? Because Joe Biden has directly made this comparison, which I think is flatly ridiculous. And that comparison has to...
The idea that he would say, this when we've got like a hard right dominant Supreme Court is crazy to me. When we've got like a stacked conservative Supreme Court, this guy's arguing the political, our justice system has been, our court systems have been weaponized by the left is crazy to me. When the highest court in all of the land is dominated overwhelmingly by conservatives. That is a wild statement to make, in my opinion.
Be valid in order for these ridiculous Section 3 arguments to have any force or legitimacy. And I think any common sense...
It's a lie. I'm going to shut up. It's a lie on its face. They say it's bigger than Pearl Harbor and 9/11. That is bull.
Okay, so here, let me finish what my point.
Yeah, do that, and then I want to go to Glenn for a second.
So my point is that two things. The Civil War was an insurrection. I think it's hard to argue that. Nobody got charged with a crime of violating the Insurrection and Rebellion Statute, 2383. What about 1992, the LA riots? George Herbert Walker Bush, he invoked the Insurrection Act. 12,000 people were arrested. 63 people were killed. Hundreds were injured. Was that an insurrection? What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, it's a declaration of federal martial law.
But was it an insurrection? Because
was Bush correct in calling it an insurrection? Do you defend the LA riots as not an insurrection, Alex Jones? This is a good question. This is a good question, unironically.
Nobody there was charged with violating. Nobody there was charged with violating Section 2383, the Insurrection and Rebellion Statute. But we still consider that an insurrection, right?
By that yardstick, Kamala Harris bailing out people that firebomb federal buildings.
That is
Glenn,
not true.
Glenn, talk to me. You have something to say.
Okay, let's say that she did do that. The people firebombing federal buildings weren't doing it because they didn't like the election and wanted to overturn the results and destroy American democracy. They were doing it because they disagree with how the police behave. That's not the same thing. They also didn't kill people. If they burned down a federal building and that's it, which was the majority... the thing that a lot of Republicans will try to tell you or convince you of is that there's anything even resembling a equal level of political radical violence on the left and the right. The fact is that even the most radical progressives don't engage in anywhere near the same amount of violence as the radical right-wingers. Political terrorism is overwhelmingly dominated by right-wing political ideologues. Overwhelmingly. These people rely on making you think that number, that stacking, is something close to 50-50, when in no way is that the case. The reality is that even the small percentage of progressive radicals that engage in terrorism even that small percentage, the terrorism they do engage in overwhelmingly is rarely ever violence against people. It's usually violence against property, which is why Alex Jones can't even say setting people on fire or shooting people or beating people to death here, because even that would be too brazen of a lie. And Destiny could just say, wait, who? Who got killed? Who got killed? Wait, who got set on fire? Because even Destiny didn't claim people were getting murdered. He claimed people were lighting dumpsters on fire, and that's what led to the clip that got him banned. The fact is, even the worst of people on the left overwhelmingly tend to just light buildings on fire that are empty and destroy property, which is bad. Property damage isn't violence, such a lib take. You can say it's a lib take, but I think it's bad because of how it plays in the general political space and how it doesn't really tend to have a very productive outcome. It seems like it's mostly just a way of venting frustrations, valid frustrations, but, you know, I don't... It's much like being upset at a situation and destroying something out of anger. No matter how valid your anger was at the situation, you know, you destroyed something that, like, when you could have just been trying to calm down and focusing on a solution, right? It gives healing for some people, Zan. Yeah, I get that, but at the same time, like, it can be healing, but it's also a crime, and it's not... I'm not saying that as, like, a moral own or anything. I'm saying that as, like, do you want to encourage people to commit crimes that could end their life? As far as they're concerned. You know, once you get into the prison system, your life is pretty fucked in America, right? Like, do you want to encourage people to try to engage in peaceful, legal protests, or do you want to encourage them to engage in property damage? I'd say that not endorsing people that engage in destructive forms of protest, I'll call it, no matter how valid their protests are, is generally a good thing. I'm not going to virtue signal about how it's so bad, but I think it's generally good to encourage the opposite. Because, you know, much like what they did in that small town I mentioned before, where they just deprived the neo-Nazi protesters of attention, deprive radical right-wingers the attention or the actions of the left that they want to be able to capture and spread around to make the entire left look bad. Yeah, it's bad optically. I think it's only useful if you're specifically destroying property with a goal in mind, like destroying factory equipment or something. Yeah. Like, for example, I have way more respect for some, like, crack team of, like, eco-terrorists who, like, bust into some massive factory farm and release thousands of cattle into, like, open fields adjacent or some shit like that. I don't know how that stuff works, but I've heard about people that do that, or people who do, like, investigative journalism and, like, get photos of how awful it is inside of, like, sweatshops, factory farms, things like that, and publish it online when these companies claim they do, like, open range grazing or whatever, and, like, completely throwing a wrench in their advertising. I think stuff like that, especially if it involves, like, you know, here is a thing that is causing damage, we'll target it and destroy it, and it's just property and no one's going to get hurt. I think that's defensible, you know, morally. Like, on hypothetically, not in real life, you know? Not in real life. YouTube. In Minecraft. A Minecraft oil pipeline from Tekkit.
Yeah, I actually think what Destiny and what Ed are saying are very important. First of all, I was going to say that I think one of the problems with how these things are debated is that a lot of people these days have very binary prisms for understanding things. A lot of that comes from YouTube debate where you have to declare yourself on one side or the other. So Destiny said, oh, everybody either hates this insurrection, thinks it's an insurrection, or they deny it happens, or they think it's good. And there's so much middle ground. Namely that, for me, this was a political protest that spilled over into a riot where a small minority of the people engaged in violence. I don't think we want to urge that to happen. We don't want to defend that. I consider that lamentable. But the fact that...
Well, a large portion of them entered the Capitol illegally, and then on top of that, a good fair portion of them, after beating their way into that big, the Congress room, a bunch of them, like, there was photos of one of them jumping over one of the rows of chairs with a, like, handful of zip tie cuffs. One of the insurrectionists entered the room where they were expecting to find all of the elected officials with a bundle, like, not a bundle, a handful of zip tie cuffs. presumably to take elected officials hostage, which is not unheard of when it comes to right-wing radicals, by the way. Do you guys remember that, like, right before the election, there was a big story about some Democratic mayor or, like, local elected representative who got kidnapped and, like, put into someone's trunk, like some crazy conservative's trunk, and, like, kept hostage in, like, a cabin or something like that? I don't remember all the details. It's been years, but, like, it was, like, a mayor, a Democrat mayor, who got kidnapped and held hostage. And this was, like, by a Trump supporter. And this was weeks before the election, if I remember correctly. Like, maybe a couple months at the most. It's not the first time these people have gone into a situation like this with the intent of kidnapping Democratic public officials for their Big Daddy Trump, as they call him. That is what a lot of Trump supporters call him. They're very gay about him. It's quite odd.
It's laughable to call this an insurrection is actually demonstrated by the examples that they're using. This was a 3-hour riot that was extremely easily subdued. It doesn't remotely compare.
Oh yeah, it was Governor Whitmer of Michigan. Yep. Yeah, it was the kidnapping plot for Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan. Yeah. Like, these people are fucking insane. What the hell is this panel, Lamau? Buckhorn25. This is the Alex Jones panel with Destiny on it. Destiny and Alex Jones are debating. That's all you need to know. That's all that's important here.
To any prior insurrections, let alone to the Civil War. The only people who were killed on January 6th were 4 people, all 4 of whom were Trump supporters, 2 of whom dropped out of a heart attack and 1 from a speed overdose, because these were not exactly a well-trained militia.
Okay, I will say, Republicans love to claim when somebody at a protest died and it's inconvenient for them to admit it was because of the violence of the protest, they love claiming it was a heart attack. A lot of people go into cardiac arrest when they die, so if you look at the official cause of death on a lot of people's, like, death certificate, it's usually, like, included in there as some form of cardiac arrest, because that's usually how people go out, like, in the end. And so usually they'll point to that and say, look, this person just died of a heart attack. They did it with Heather Heyer, where she got hit by a car. It triggered a heart attack because, you know, physical trauma and, like, fear of getting hit by a car, and flipped up in the air and falling onto concrete, and she died. And the right tried to claim she never got hit by the car, and she was just, quote-unquote, fat and scared, and had a heart attack just from seeing the car. That was the Nazi conspiracy meant to defend the neo-Nazi driver who drove into the crowd at Charlottesville. So yeah, these people, they just make up conspiracies like this on the fly. They're evil, evil people.
And when Jack Smith went to charge Donald Trump with multiple crimes, he had a lot of options to charge him with, and he charged him with a lot of crimes, including very dubious ones. He did not charge him with inciting an insurrection for reasons that I think we ought to ask ourselves why. But the fact that this is such a minor event in history is demonstrated by the fact that the media, who needed this to be a major event, immediately started lying about what happened, saying that Brian Sicknick was murdered when he had his head bashed in through a fight with a fire extinguisher, only to learn that actually he called his mother that night. He was fine. He died the next day of what the coroner said were natural causes, because the media knew that if you can't say that even one person supposedly perpetrating the insurrection killed anybody, pulled out a gun, let alone discharged the weapon, all of which is true, it's a joke to call this an insurrection. At best, it's a riot. And that's the reason why Trump hasn't been charged with an insurrection. The only time he ever commented on January 6th about whether he thought there should be violence or not was when he said the following. He said, I know that everyone here will soon be marching.
Who remembers when these people were, like, marching on the Capitol and breaking in, and, like, hours were passing as people were doing live coverage of it, and people were like, we're still waiting on a statement from the president. His last statement was, I love you all. You're very special. You're my special little pog champs. And telling them to go march to the Capitol. It's been hours, and we've yet to get any public statements from President Trump. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. That was pretty much like half the fucking day of January 6th. Was Donald Trump just, like, seemingly buying time and stalling before making a statement denouncing it, which would inevitably make them leave, because he was hoping they would succeed, no doubt. He dragged his feet and then made the world's weakest statement. Yeah, he obviously was, like, very upset that his people weren't successfully able to storm in there and make him president again. That's what he wanted. He was like kind of resting easy, knowing that his backup plan was he could rally his base to march on the Capitol after a big speech he could do that brings a lot of his fans, and the pure numbers would allow them to just wash to the Capitol, and it would be, a people's coup, he probably thought of it as. And it just didn't work out, and he was no doubt very disappointed his plan didn't work out. It was, like, premeditated, too. He was actively saying, if I lose, the election was rigged. There is no reality in which I lost in a fair election. He's been saying it. He was saying it for months before the election actually happened.
Marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. He urged them to be...
Also, are we also forgetting how he tried to obstruct the democratic process all throughout everything, too? Remember how much he tried to ban people from being able to do mail-in ballots, and now Republicans are freaking out about states deciding they aren't going to allow him on the ballot because he incited an insurrection? Somehow that's not fair, but banning mail-in votes is fair. Like, it's nonstop hypocrisy.
Peaceful in how they went there. To the extent there was violence, I think you can make the argument that the FBI informants that even the New York Times admits were there were the ones that urged it. But even if the people who were there were the ones
informants urged
at best
violence.
This is a riot. You could so easily make the case that the 2020 riots were a far greater insurrectionary threat than anything that happened on January 6th.
That's perfectly said. I would ask the left over here. I know Ian's asked the questions. I mean, I don't know. Did you guys see Biden's speech? I mean, it was an hour long that no one there was good. They were all there. Over a million people. I was there. And then we marched down there to have another rally, and then I see this terrible thing happening. It was medieval, and then Biden saying they're all bad.
Yeah, Glenn Greenwald used to be a lefty, but now he's like a right-wing conservative conspiracy dude. He's a massive grifter.
And we can't let you vote for Trump. I mean, come on, man.
We have a clip from Biden's speech I want to play, and then let's get back to you, Destiny. You had something to say, but if you guys have this, it's clip number 4, Biden's speech. This is from yesterday's. It's only 50 seconds, but let's load this up. Not sure what
Trump's mob wasn't a peaceful protest. It was a violent assault. They were insurrectionists, not patriots. They weren't there to uphold the Constitution.
True.
They were there to destroy the Constitution.
True.
Trump won't do what an American president must do. He refuses to denounce political violence.
True.
So hear me clearly. I'll say what Donald Trump won't. Political violence is never, ever acceptable in the United States political system. Never, never, never.
Listen to the Democrats.
It has no place in a democracy. None.
Unless it's the Democrats. Dude, the Democrats are the most adherent to respectability politics and the rules in like the political landscape of all the political parties out there. The Democrats obviously aren't squeaky clean because politicians, am I right? But compared to the Republicans and every other party, they are honestly frustratingly stick up their ass when it comes to following the rules and keeping things clean and keeping things civil and keeping things within the tracks, on track, as far as like what's expected from a political discussion and a political candidate. The idea that the Democrats support political violence is hilarious. It's actually hilarious. When the Republicans, you can't go to any Republican convention or a Republican's house without seeing iconography all centered around the idea of rising up and violently defending your freedoms. Like, the Democrats aren't the ones who glorify the idea of violently rising up to defend your freedoms. The Democrats are the ones that say, go out there and vote. Pokemon go to the polls. The idea that the Pokemon go to the polls party are the ones in favor of violence, while the don't tread on me people are actually the peace-loving ones, is a delusional take. A delusional fucking take.
You can't be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American.
True.
Trump and his MAGA supporters not only embrace political violence, but they laugh about it.
The insurrection's the open border.
So the insurrection was not just the 3-hour riot that happened at the White House.
The insurrection is the open border. Okay. We don't have an open border. Republicans think anything that's not like the wall from Game of Thrones going from sea to sea, and like every single immigrant that shows up getting sniped from 500 yards away from the top of the wall with a Barrett 50 cal, they consider that anything that's not that to be an open border. People entering a nation to seek asylum or to immigrate, even illegally, is not an insurrection. That's not what that is. Even if Joe Biden was welcoming them in with open arms, that would by definition not be an insurrection.
Afterwards, I think that's the least charitable reading of everything that happened. And that's not, if you read any of the charges that either Jack Smith or the Georgia RICO case has alleged against Trump, are saying that, in fact, not much of the focus is on the 3-hour riot at all. Not much of that.
Hold on, Alex, let Stephen finish his thought first.
So not much of those indictments are actually focusing on the 3-hour riot itself.
Alex Jones couldn't let Destiny get like 4 sentences out. After like his long ramble, Alex Jones couldn't let Destiny get like 4 sentences out before trying to interrupt. That's crazy.
It's the least charitable reading of everything that happened. And that's not, if you read any of the charges that either Jack Smith or the Georgia RICO case has alleged against Trump, are saying that, in fact, not much of the focus is on the 3-hour riot at all. Not much of that.
Hold on, Alex, let Stephen finish his thought first.
So not much of those indictments are actually focusing on the 3-hour riot itself. The unprecedented act that there is no answer for, that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton have not engaged in, is using knowingly false election claims for months to try to pressure state electors to change their vote, and then when they wouldn't do that, beg them to elect different electors, and then when they wouldn't do that, create a plot to create fake electors, and then when Pence wouldn't accept that, try to capitalize on that final 3-hour riot at the Capitol building to also make phone calls and tell people to decertify their vote or to switch their electors.
JFK and Obama had alternate electors.
JFK,
No, they didn't.
JFK's
No, they
story
didn't.
was completely
No, they
different.
didn't.
I can explain that if you want.
Yeah, please do.
Right.
Yeah. So in
They're just making shit up now.
1960. So 1960, JFK and Nixon. There was a dispute because there was a recount. I think JFK ended up winning by like 150 votes. At the time, each state decided, or the state decided to certify two sets of electors. Or decided to choose two different slates of electors.
Depending on how it went.
And
But they were certified
in
by
the
the
middle of a
states.
recount. They were in the middle of a recount.
Okay, Republicans, here's my message to all of you, if you can hear me right now, all right? You guys don't get to defend the Electoral College because it let Trump win, while also complaining about the fuckery caused by the Electoral College existing and being such a flawed system, okay? You don't get to complain about the shit side of the broken system you guys defend because it gives you an unfair advantage, okay? Because if every president was decided by popular vote, we wouldn't have had a Republican president for quite some time now, okay? We wouldn't have had a Republican president for a while. It would have been, like, not in my memory. Like, I'd have to, like, harken back to Bush. Did Bush even win the popular vote? I think he did. Wait, did he? Did Bush even win the popular vote, guys? Because that was, like, a really rough election. There was, like, recounts and shit. He didn't. Not the first time. To know about the second, Bush did. Because Gore, it was like really, really close with Gore and Bush. No, Gore did? Yeah, so like if we just straight up did popular vote, every like ballot like tallied together, whoever gets the most votes wins, we wouldn't have had a Republican president for quite some time, okay? You don't get to defend the system because it's the only thing giving the Republican Party political viability in the White House, but then also complain about the fuckery it causes because it's such a flawed system. You absolute hypocrites.
None were certified yet. Neither state was.
What happened with Trump was that Trump tried to get the states to certify a second slate of electors
It
based
was Bush Sr. who won the last popular vote. Okay.
off of conspiracy theory crap that
None of the
the election was
courts
stolen.
were
Hold on.
They did.
He took it to
No,
court.
they didn't. They
62
refused to
cases.
courts.
That's not
30
true.
cases were looked at on merit.
So are they
They were
taking
all
him
shut
off the
down.
ballot now?
That's a separate.
That's a separate-
Take him off the ballot. That's a separate.
Is it not purest form of election theft is taking someone off the ballot?
Let's get back to the 1960s.
Donald Trump tried to do election theft when he spent an entire year fighting desperately to get, like, mail-in ballots stricken from validity and, like, got rejected at every single turn because it's anti-democratic. Donald Trump literally attempted constantly to get ballots rechecked and like, blocked, particularly the mail-in ballots. You guys remember that, right? Where the Republicans were doing recounts everywhere and they couldn't find any election fraud, and they just kept failing and failing and failing all of their attempts to find more Trump votes or find like that Biden votes were invalid. They tried for like months and months and months and months and months to prove that Biden didn't really win, and every single time they didn't find any evidence. It's crazy how much bullshit these people pull that it's like, it's so much shit, you forget about some of the spiciest stuff like that. Like when they spent 6 months arguing that the election was stolen and nonstop failing to find any evidence.
Really like that. So what happened was that they did a recount, and Kennedy ended up winning by, I think, 150 votes. And they chose the Kennedy electors. They certified the Kennedy electors, and Kennedy ended up winning that state.
That's what Trump said.
What Trump did was Trump tried to get the states to certify an alternate slate of electors. They refused because the court said there's no.
What's up with Republicans wanting to not count mail-in ballots? So it's a two-pronged thing. Donald Trump shit-talking mail-in ballots makes it so that most of his supporters will not vote mail-in ballot, right? And then from there, he advocates to ban mail-in voting, which would basically make it harder, on one hand, for people who are lower income and need to work multiple jobs and have a busy schedule and tend to be more Democrat from voting at all. So that would be a big factor. A lot of people of color in America work multiple jobs and don't have a lot of time to go and spend a whole day taking time off work to wait in line and go vote in person. So mail-in ballots are really important. The fact that they're a lot more flexible with when you can send them in is also a pretty big benefit. They've also always generally had a higher lean in Democrats voting with mail-in ballots than Republicans. So Trump had every reason to not only demonize mail-in ballots to make his supporters not vote that way, but to also advocate for their banning, and then after the fact trying to get them stricken, because if he could eliminate mail-in ballots from the board that way, he may be able to unironically steal the election with that alone. That's what I think the plan was from the start, to move all of his voters away from mail-in ballots, to make Democrats want to vote mail-in, and to either stricken those votes after the fact or outright stop mail-in ballots from being valid on election night and be able to take the election that way. Because with just in-person votes, he may have just won, right? And so that's why they literally spent months and months and months trying to get like all of the mail-in ballots stricken from validity.
They are there. And then when that didn't go through, Trump decided to get his own slate of electors above the states that were not certified and tried to use that to force Mike Pence to say that Joe Biden didn't win these electoral votes.
I just need to interject really quickly. So if we want to be precise in terms of the scope of the debate, I think it's about January 6th. And so the lead up to it might be relevant to some of the criminal indictments, but it's technically speaking outside the scope of the January 6th discussion. But if we're going to bring it into the discussion, I think there's an operative word there, knowingly. And that's operative within the context of the charging documents. But the idea that Trump thought that he lost the election. And he was...
Yep, no, he literally said weeks before, there's no way that I can lose the election if it's a fair election. He does not actually believe that. He never actually believed that. That was part of the plan, to deny that he could ever lose, to preempt that the election was stolen if he does lose, so that as a backup plan, if he doesn't win, he can argue it wasn't valid and try to fight politically to invalidate the election and keep himself in power. It is obvious that's been his plan from the get-go, and his fans know that's his plan, and they support it. They don't even pretend that's not his plan. You can see it on their Trump signs in their lawns that say Donald Trump, Barron Trump, or like Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Barron Trump, and it like goes on like ... more Trumps. Like they want the Trump dynasty to be in power, and it's like different brackets of 8-year like terms.
Knowingly lying and knowingly engaging. No, he believes, I guarantee it, whether you believe it or not, Trump believes that the election was stolen, and he was using the legal recourses available to him at the advice of his legal advisors.
No, Donald Trump did not believe the election was stolen. Donald Trump, so there is a there are numerous like organizations, nonpartisan political organizations that just track how often politicians lie. Not how often they get things wrong, because it's when a politician is giving a speech or something, it's pretty obvious when they just like misquote something within like a fairly reasonable like margin, like you can tell it was a mistake, and when they just outright lie, right? You can tell Alex Jones is lying here and not just misled, for example. And these organizations track how often Republicans and Democrats lie. Now, Democrats do lie from time to time. You can look at a lot of the most popular Democrats out there and see like recorded times that they've lied on these sites. But when you look at how many times Trump has lied, he is the top of the fucking list, okay? Donald Trump, and even many Trump supporters that I have spoken to, have to admit, is a serial liar, a habitual liar. He cannot help himself. He lies about things that don't even matter, right? I think a good example of how like prone to lying Donald Trump is that one clip of him talking about what his favorite bit of the Bible is. Donald Trump's favorite Bible verse. Let's see. Here it is.
Okay, you mentioned.
Tell me he's not just full of shit here.
The Bible, you've been talking about how it's your favorite book, and you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into...
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that you like?
No, I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible... The whole Bible is an incredible... I joke very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time. But I just think the Bible is just something very special.
I think the Bible's something really special. I like how he says the Bible over and over again, like that one Family Guy joke where it's like Peter is Han Solo and Quagmire is C-3PO, and Peter forgets or like Han Solo forgets C-3PO's name and is like, "Oh yeah, you and he says C-3PO, and he's like, "Oh yeah, C-3PO. Yeah, I know you, C-3PO. We're best friends, C-3PO, right? C-3PO. Yeah, let's go out there, C-3PO. Okay, let's go, C-3PO." And like pretends like he like it reminds me of that where he says Bible so many times you can tell he's nervous and lying and just trying to think of like whatever words he can say to get him out of this question. I mean, Donald Trump's a literal, like, adulterer. He doesn't give a fuck about God or the Bible. He's full of shit.
That is not true. Most of his legal advisors said that this idea was crazy.
Well, no, but he had legal advisors who were telling him.
If you search hard enough, you can find anybody to validate an opinion. But what you've just done is what I opened with, which is saying he thought the election was stolen, therefore he was justified to engage in insurrection.
Is it right to take him off the ballot? Since you don't want to debate January 6th,
that's for the Supreme Court to decide. That's for the Supreme Court to decide.
I'm asking a question.
I'm telling you, that's for the Supreme Court.
That is literally what's being argued right now in court, is whether or not Donald Trump could have reasonably believed the election was actually stolen when he made those statements, because there's a very big difference. There's a reason why conservatives are trying to argue that he genuinely thought the election was stolen, because if he did think that, that was just him using his First Amendment rights to say what he thought. Granted, he may have displayed some irresponsibility in not immediately telling his followers not to raid the Capitol in his name, but you would have a hard time pinning him with like a nefarious attempt at a coup if he genuinely believed what he said, right? However, if they find evidence that he didn't believe what he said and that this was a plot to plan out a way of arguing his way into more presidency illegitimately, then that's a very different scenario. If he knew he didn't win and yet lied and argued the election was stolen, that's just trying to override democracy. Because he knows he's lying, he knows the election was valid, and yet he wants to overturn it anyway. If he really believed it wasn't valid, then that's a completely different story, and that's why the right is so desperate to try to argue Trump actually believed the election was stolen. They like, and to do that, they have to like prove that his ego is the biggest ego on the planet, which is pretty likely, but I don't know if Trump beats Musk as far as ego goes. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Donald Trump can accept reality enough to recognize he actually lost the election.
Supreme Court has said. According to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment,
why does the United States sanction countries that take people off the ballot?
What? That's not even remotely relevant here.
Oh, okay, all right. So
you know what the United States would usually.
Wait, here we have independence. If we do want insurrection, you know it.
It would probably be for things like circumventing the vote, like asking the vice president, for instance, to unilaterally win the election.
So
that would be something that we might sanction another country
for somebody because they made up a bunch of stuff and he's not found guilty anywhere.
Remember how Pence refused to override the election results, and in response at January 6th, like a bunch of them were carrying like dolls of Pence and were like burning them or like decapitating them on the Capitol lawn. They saw Pence as a traitor because he didn't like use his powers as vice president to overturn the election, which he wouldn't have been able to do anyway, realistically. But because he didn't do what they thought he could do to make Trump win, that they've been saying Pence was gonna do and were really confident he was gonna do, and then he just didn't, they really wanted Pence's head. And I mean that literally. Yeah, they set up gallows for Pence. Yeah, they literally had like gallows set up and a guillotine set up specifically for Pence.
But you guys just parroted over again like two men.
If you don't like the Constitution, that's your fault. Alex, if you don't like the Constitution, that's on you. Really, then why are you saying that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Alex, why did you say that Section 3 of Amendment 14 requires a conviction? Can you put the text on stream?
I would love to do that, actually.
Put the text on. Because you keep saying...
All right, guys. Military tribunals,
I don't care what it's based on.
They would have to find you guilty.
Let's.
That's why no one was. Because it was bullshit then.
Let's hear from Glenn.
We'll slow down. This is a great conversation. Glenn's about to drop some knowledge.
I'm dominating.
Yeah.
I'm sure he is.
Glenn's in remote from Brazil. So Glenn, anytime you have something to say, it's helpful for me if I see a visual cue. Maybe your hand goes up. I can tell you have something you're going to say now. But let us know.
Let me just say, what happens is when you gather together to debate a particular question, you're supposed to debate that particular question. The particular question that we were presented with is we're going to debate January 6th and whether it was an insurrection. Now, I don't blame Destiny and Ed for not wanting to debate that, for wanting to debate a whole set of other issues about whether Trump acted improperly, whether he was naughty, and the things he did after the election, because there is no argument to make.
Yeah, Destiny is winning this. I guess it's a 3v3, because it's Glenn Greenwald, the other guy, Alex Jones, and then versus Destiny and the Krasenstein brothers, and then there's the like host who's Moonlord. Glenn Greenwald is a herpy. That's a good adjective to call him. Or adjective? Well, yeah, it's a description. He's herpy-like. I would actually call him herpy-like rather than a herpy. Because a herpy goes away, right? Like herpes goes away and comes back. That's like what it does. That's herpes' whole thing. Glenn Greenwald is like a herpy that doesn't go away. That's just always there and never, ever disappears or goes into like a cooldown season or whatever. Glenn Greenwald is always there. A non-stop herpy, if you will. So he's herpy-like. You can suppress the symptoms, but you can never completely kill the virus. Yeah, you definitely don't want to get the herpes virus. I'm glad I've never gotten it. I know that a lot of people get it from like school when they're like a kid, and then it sticks with them forever. I was very lucky to never get it from like anything having to do with school. Water fountains are pretty common because like there are kids who would just like, I never ever used the water fountains unless I was so fucking thirsty. That was why. Because like there were kids who would just like deep throat the water fountain like thing. And yeah, I was just nervous about that kind of shit. Yeah. Yeah, Sam, I don't even get cold sores. Well, sometimes I'll like bite my lip in my sleep, but that's not the same. It's just like I bit my lip in my sleep and it hurts. But I imagine that is what it would feel like to have herpes is when you bite your tongue or your lip in your sleep and it like takes a few days to heal and it like hurts to eat or talk. That's kind of what I imagine it would be like, but it just happens for no reason and comes back and goes away. That's gotta suck.
That what happened on January 6th rises to the level of insurrection, and that's why an extremely aggressive prosecutor named Jack Smith decided not to charge Donald Trump with that crime because he knew there was no way that he could possibly bring a conviction against anybody, let alone Donald Trump, who told everybody to be peaceful when going to the Capitol, about whether or not that was actually an insurrection, whether that rose to that level. And even in a colloquial sense, what we called an insurrection in the past is in a completely different universe. But on the issue of whether there was a real belief on the part of Donald Trump that elections were stolen, I don't understand how anybody could doubt that, aside from the fact that you have to get into Trump's head. In the last 3 elections that Democrats...
Well, no, you can go through his conversations with his campaign, through his text messages, you can interview his lawyers, and you can look at the evidence and try to see if there's any points in which Donald Trump has, say, planned this strategy out, for example. There are lots of ways you could prove that Donald Trump didn't actually believe the election was stolen. That's why it's being investigated. Anyone trying to claim it's impossible to do so is obviously a partisan hack.
Lost. In 2000, 2004, and 2016, a very large number of Democrats believed and asserted that the election was stolen, and was the byproduct of fraud, and the president was, as a result, illegitimate. When I started writing about politics in 2005, the idea that George Bush was the real loser of the election, Al Gore won, was the view of every single liberal and Democrat that I knew. In 2004, there were objections claiming that Karl Rove had interfered in the Ohio vote with the Diebold machines and cheated to make John Kerry lose and George Bush win. And then in 2016, Hillary Clinton and the Democrats said that Donald Trump was the illegitimate winner, that Russia had helped him, and they tried to convince the Electoral College to abandon the certified results of the state. Obviously, you go back to 1960, and a lot of historians believe that election was stolen. So it's not like Donald Trump was the first person to ever wonder or believe that an election was stolen from him. It's a very significant...
It's the first time that the supporters of a presidential candidate who claimed the election was stolen have marched onto the Capitol, broken in illegally beyond police lines, forced politicians and Capitol Police to like flee into the building while elected officials have to escape through evacuation routes. Like, bro. Yeah.
Tradition in American political history, if you know anything about politics before 2016. And if Trump believed that the election was stolen, and while it's true, a lot of people in the Justice Department and a lot of people in the White House told him they didn't think it was, he did have advisors and lawyers.
Oh yeah, it's always funny when lefty turned conservative grift right-wing figures like misreport on things they correctly reported on before they started grifting for the right. It's always really funny because you can like compare the clips of them talking about that issue then to the clips of them talking about that issue now. And it's like, interesting how in your first talk about it, you're bringing up like citations and sources, and you're talking about how ridiculous it is that people are believing the opposite. And nowadays, you're saying the thing that you're making fun of people for not doing their research for. Interesting. I wonder if you know you're full of bullshit or not. That's how you know they're full of bullshit, by the way. I had to clip my fingernails, guys. They're getting long.
Telling him that they think there was evidence of it, then the question is over, even on these other issues about whether or not Trump engaged in some conspiracy against the United States. But the issue is January 6th an insurrection?
Well, that's right. But I mean, Glenn, since let's one thing listening, and these guys haven't talked to you, Professor Beatty. Hillary was in videos 2 days ago saying Trump's going to steal this election. So why are they allowed to say it? It's free speech. You don't get indicted for it.
Trump didn't get indicted for that.
Oh my God, they indicted him and they put it in the charging thing in Georgia saying he tells the election. You're hoping people don't read the documents.
It's a RICO case. There's a bunch of behavior that is within a RICO case.
Oh my God.
It's a RICO case.
Yeah, right.
Can I talk about the differences? So Bush versus Gore, what happens? The Supreme Court ruled and Gore conceded. He stopped saying this election was stolen. He stopped saying I won.
The Supreme Court?
Yes.
Did Gore refuse to certify the vote? I don't remember. Did he do that?
The vote was certified.
He didn't have alternative electors?
Exactly. So
after Trump wanted a Supreme Court hearing. Trump wanted the same thing.
62 cases were brought before judges. And you said earlier, none of them are based on evidence.
Sorry, I'm just speeding it up to get to see if things start to get more interesting. Because right now it feels like it's just Destiny trying to like hammer in on a lie that Alex Jones tells, and then Alex Jones like telling 5 more lies. So it's just impossible to engage with. I want to skip to when it gets spicier, but I also don't want to spoil myself.
No, you know why? I can play the clips of Obama's.
And now you're going to justify that.
No, you're not. You're going to read my mind?
That's what it sounded like.
to storm the Capitol, that's somehow Trump's fault and he's criminally liable for
we're
it, and
still on
it
this
was an
topic.
insurrection. Well, I'm trying to be clear what the
I
connection
can
is.
explain it. What Trump did was Trump laid out very precisely exactly what he believed had happened. He thought that the vote was being stolen, that our country was being taken from us.
Not believe, what he wanted others to believe.
Yeah, that Congress wasn't acting, that Mike Pence was supposed to be the guy to do it, but he hadn't heard good things about them, and they needed to go down to the Capitol building to protest. To protest. Nobody's saying that. You're repeating the same thing. You're like a broken record. You're a broken record.
No, I'm not a broken record.
Trump has
every time
every right.
you try to shut me down. Listen, here's the bottom line. Trump's not been charged with this.
He can't not interrupt. I feel like Destiny's got to put his foot down and be more assertive here and just like yell over Alex Jones. I feel like that's really the only way, because like if you start to get good points off on Alex Jones, he'll just yell lies over you. There's really nothing you can do there, right? Other than overpower him with being more assertive than he is.
Direction.
No one said he was.
Trump didn't, but you're saying people can't vote for him.
No, I'm not saying that. That's up to the Supreme Court.
That's do you support?
No one here is talking about him.
Do you support Colorado and Maine taking him off the ballot?
That's up to the Supreme Court.
No, you punt. Do you think it's good for the opposing party when a guy's way ahead of the polls to remove someone from the ballot?
It's not about him being ahead in the polls or not. It's about whether or not he engaged in insurrection, and if the self-executing part of the 14th Amendment allows states to remove him from the ballot.
Where is Trump found guilty of insurrection?
You don't need a conviction for the 14th Amendment.
About this for like an hour.
Alex, read it. Can we bring the 14th Amendment up on?
Can you read the Declaration of Independence? You're misrepresenting that, and it doesn't matter because we have a right.
He will not allow the 14th Amendment to get read. No.
Right to vote for who we want, right?
No, you don't.
Within reason.
You can't vote for somebody under 35 years old. You can't vote for somebody that's not a
Glenn,
U.S. citizen.
It looked like you want to chime in, Glenn.
When the Constitution owns your argument, you have to do everything you can to keep it from getting read.
But he's unpopular, though. He lost. Well, we can't vote for him now.
If you think it's so bad that courts are kicking him off the ballot, what do you think about Trump doing the birtherism card for Obama for how many years? That was the first big political thing.
Oh, yeah, to be fair, if Cenk Uygur was in Destiny's spot right now, he would have started like throwing punches at Alex Jones roughly 45 minutes ago at the latest.
He was known for was challenging whether Obama was even born in the United States in an attempt to get him kicked off the ballot.
No, you know why? I can play the clips of Obama's.
And now you're going to justify that.
You're going to read my mind?
That's what it sounded like you're about to do.
You're
Play the
scared of me
clips.
talking.
I'm not scared of you talking.
There's clips of Obama and his wife saying he was born in Kenya.
I love the projection for Alex Jones, who hasn't let Destiny get out like a single point without interrupting, claiming you're scared of me talking. That is phenomenal.
I don't believe he was born in Kenya. He was born in Hawaii to the head of the Communist Party there, actually. So and who's in his book and hanging out, Frank. So that's what's going on here. It doesn't matter. If Trump wants to say the moon's made of cheese, we have a right to vote for him.
Trump can say whatever he wants. That's not what's getting him removed from the ballot.
Glenn.
He's a loser. But we got
you can vote. You actually.
He's desperate now. Okay, so now he is trying to equate Donald Trump claiming the election was stolen from him to Donald Trump claiming the moon is made of cheese. Are you saying that those claims are equally untrue? That's the implication of what you just said.
You can vote for him if you want. You can vote. You can vote for him. You can write him in. But the 14th Amendment says he can't hold office if he incited insurrection or gave aid to
who found him guilty of insurrection?
We talked about this Civil War earlier. Nobody was found guilty of violating insurrection rebellion statute during the Civil War.
I have a question.
Nobody, and that was an insurrection.
Wait. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my house for a moment. Hello, hi, I'm Ian Crossland, and I'm moderating this awesome debate. Glenn Greenwald's about to speak. I want to hear what he has to say.
Okay, now he's keeping it from getting fun. He's keeping it from getting fun. I feel like here's a good point. Here's a good point to like put a pin in it. And I'm going to watch this off stream for sure because I really want to see the rest. But obviously, I'm going to link the original video down below because we don't steal content here. I know that I've got a spotty history with Destiny, but you know, I have to credit the videos that I cover. Otherwise, I'm a content thief. No matter what, if I'm reacting to something uncritically, I have to source it, you know. It's YouTube etiquette, okay? Don't get mad at me, all right? Don't get mad, but it will be linked down below. I don't want to just steal views, right? I'm not a YouTube content thief. Anyway, that debate, I am excited to see the rest. It's starting off pretty good from what I've seen. Alex Jones just will not allow Destiny to get an argument out because, I mean, anything that Destiny says is going to be like, okay, so this is a lie, this is a lie, this is a lie, here's what actually happened, and it just won't fly. he's got to like shut Destiny down anytime he starts to attack anything he said, and then pretend like Destiny's been the one interrupting, which, like, we're watching this and that's just not what's happening. I know we skipped around a little bit, but I don't think the entire like way the debate was going completely changed in the time that I skipped through, to the point where Alex Jones could claim that when everything was the opposite for the bit that we saw. So, regardless, this has been a long segment, but I hope you enjoyed. How do you guys like that one? I feel like it came out pretty good. God damn, it's a long debate. Hi, Abby Gretel. You missed the end of the Destiny versus Alex Jones debate. I feel like that was fun, though. That was good. I had a good time with that. Hell yeah. Well, if you liked that segment and you liked my content, consider dropping a like on the stream. Every thumbs up you give me on YouTube forces the platform to push my content out to more people. So, seriously, consider giving me a thumbs up. It really helps out a lot and it's totally free. And don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't either. And of course, if you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub to me on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, or even buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. All those links are down below. I also have merch. You should consider checking out my merch. It's super cool. The way Republicans debate is they just talk over you, so you can't dunk with facts and logic. That's partially true. A lot of the time, if you do get like a solid dunk on them and you cite something, they'll try to question the validity of your source. So the new method is like, okay, so they claim, buy a titty shirt, buy a Xander Hall booba shirt. But yeah, the strategy now is to claim like, okay, experts all agree trans people are delusional and like being trans is a disease. They'll say something like that. And you'll go up on stage and you'll say, actually, the overwhelming majority of these institutions disagree. Here's a list, blank, 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 blank. And then they respond, oh, well, I don't trust those institutions. They've been compromised by the woke ideology, and all the experts will get fired or canceled if they don't agree with the pro-trans narrative. So you actually can't rely on any of their data. And so once you point out that they're lying about the overwhelming majority of scientists and academics agreeing with them, then they migrate the goalposts to actually the majority of scientists and academics are compromised by woke ideology. The fact is, the majority of scientists and academics disagree with them, and that upsets them. Typically, if you're in the right, academics and scientists don't disagree with you. That tends to be how it works. Usually. Okay. I'm bringing up the next segment stuff. Let me see if I can find this clip. I've got to mute my audio here so I can listen to this without spoilers. I found it. Okay, I've got it ready. Oh, it's so fucking good. All right, okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. It's finally happened. The Epstein client list has released. I don't think it's every name on the list, but I think it's like a bunch more, like a significant amount of them have now been released. And before this ever came out, one of the names that was speculated to be on the list was Stephen Hawking. And this led to a clip that one of my friends saw that then spread through my friend group into a massive meme that we would quote nonstop, ended up coming from it. And I have to show it to you all because the theory that this, clip was based on ended up coming true. And I have to, you have to see this clip. We quote this constantly.
You think you had fun? Sorry?
I want to go to the island. Why won't you let me go? Let me go.
Do you think you had fun, though?
Oh, I had a blast. One of the best times of my life.
What'd you do there, Stephen?
Ate a lot of good food. Hung out with good friends.
Oh, there he is. Amazing.
There he is on the island.
That's insane.
Somebody stop me.
Let's get into that position he's in. Let's get in. So.
Who, me? Just chilling.
Me chilling, too.
Just hanging out for the day.
What a beautiful island. A butterfly has...
It gets less funny as it goes, but I really like I want to go to the island. I wish I could do a good, impression of the computer voice, but we quote that constantly. And I didn't understand where it was from at first. Like, my friends were just all saying, I want to go to the island constantly. And I didn't, ask because I just didn't care. And then we were playing Fortnite, and every time I would say, we have to go to the island, in reference to Loot Lake, all my friends in the voice chat would just start laughing. And I'd just be like, God damn it, because I realized I said the island, and like I said, we need to go to the island, and they laughed, and I was like, oh, God damn it. And eventually I asked them what it was from, and they showed me this clip, and I was like, oh, okay, that is pretty fucking funny. So yeah, every time I'm playing a game with my friends, and I say we have to go to the island, or a island, or that island, say we're playing Minecraft, Fortnite, whatever it may be, just everybody in the voice chat just goes, just hear a bunch of people giggle. It's a good meme. Anyway, that is a really good segue into this topic. The Epstein list explained. What the tranche of recently unsealed court documents contain. On Wednesday and Thursday, a judge unsealed new sets of filings from a court case tied to deceased sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, a tranche that's been colloquially and misleadingly referred to as the list. Even before their release, the documents reignited long gestating conspiracy theories about prominent figures who were once in Epstein's orbit, including former President Bill Clinton and GOP presidential frontrunner Donald Trump, while providing both Democrats and Republicans with a new opportunity to attempt to link their opponents with Epstein's crimes. Because the documents were misrepresented on social media as a list of potential Epstein clients or co-conspirators, there was a major focus on who and what they would expose and whether prominent Epstein associates would be explicitly tied to his trafficking of minors. In reality, many people referenced in these documents are not accused of wrongdoing, and the filings are not a client list, as some surmised. Instead, the list is actually dozens of documents from a 2015 court case filed by Epstein against Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre against his co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, who has been convicted of child sex trafficking. These documents reference roughly 150 of Epstein's associates, including Clinton and Trump, but don't provide significant new information so much as they offer a more in-depth look at the people in Epstein's circles and a detailed view of the scope of his abuse. Despite the lack of revelations thus far, political actors, particularly those on the right, remain eager to utilize the information in these filings to continue to amplify the conspiracy theories they've long promoted. The fact is, chances are most people on this list are not actually, part of Epstein's child rape shit. Rich people do a lot of networking, and the idea that every single person who flew on his jet must have been doing some sussy shit is probably a little irresponsible. I think the people who went to that island, though, like Stephen Hawking, who we got the picture of on the island, who wanted to go to the island, I think, that's somebody, like the people who literally went to the island, I think we can safely say sussy, right? But overall, rich people, they hang out together. The idea that everybody Epstein was in the orbit of or was in his orbit was in the know, probably not the case, because that's implicating a lot of fucking people. So many people, it'd be impossible to keep, like, this, like, it'd be impossible to keep things from leaking, right? What is the Epstein list? Following a request from the Miami Herald, the judge in the Maxwell case, Loretta Preska, ruled in favor of unsealing the documents from a defamation case against Maxwell, arguing that much of the information was already public. Epstein, a millionaire businessman charged with sex trafficking, and Maxwell, a former socialite and longtime confidant of Epstein, have faced numerous allegations they contributed to the sexual abuse and assault of minors and helped other powerful individuals do the same. Epstein's death, which was ruled a suicide by federal authorities, occurred in prison while he was awaiting trial. The unsealed documents, which retain some redactions, come from a variety of court filings, emails, police reports, and depositions, with figures key to the case, including former employees and victims of Epstein and Maxwell, as well as police officers. The depositions, in particular, contain accusations of sexual misconduct by figures in Epstein and Maxwell's circles, narratives on how Maxwell and others in Epstein's employ recruited girls and young women to work at Epstein's properties, and details of sex acts at least some of those recruited were coerced into, often under the guise of giving massages or participating in lingerie modeling jobs. Yeah, so creepy fucking shit. Accounts given to Florida law enforcement as part of their mid-2000s investigation into Epstein include interviews with multiple people, many of them minors, who were coerced into sex acts. In their statements to police, they describe giving massages to Epstein that turned unexpectedly sexual, with some saying that they were given money to recruit others. Collectively, they detail a pattern of sexual abuse in which Epstein masturbated and sexually assaulted individuals during the massages, sometimes in which verbal threats were made in order to cover up the abuse. That's pretty disgusting. It seems like most of the allegations are against, like, a select few associates of Epstein, and Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in particular. Is it Ghislaine Maxwell? I'm going to say Ghislaine Maxwell because it's funnier. Who's mentioned, and what did we learn about them? There are a number of famous politicians and celebrities who were mentioned. In addition to Clinton and Trump, the UK's Prince Andrew, these are the people that are, like, fairly implicated, it would seem. The UK's Prince Andrew, former New Mexico Gov. Bill Richardson, and former Senator George Mitchell, among others, make appearances. Clinton and Trump have also fielded allegations of sexual misconduct unrelated to Epstein, though not everyone mentioned has. No. Donald Trump was sued by a woman who claimed that he and Epstein raped her when she was 13 years old, and she dropped the case after numerous threats. People forget that shit way too much. This was back in 2016. It wasn't unknown that Epstein was a pervert and a rapist at the time, but and it wasn't unknown that Trump was as well. But, like, the fact that somebody would make up that specific claim that both of them raped her when she was 13 years before the Epstein stuff would be as big as it is, it feels more like evidence than coincidence. Bill Clinton, who is known to have taken several plane trips with Epstein, is mentioned though the references do not detail wrongdoing. Epstein accuses Johanna Sjoberg testified as part of the case and said that Epstein told her that Clinton likes them young, but that she wasn't aware of Clinton engaging in any sexual contact with minors at Epstein's invitation. Oh boy. A Clinton spokesperson has said the former president had no knowledge of Epstein's crimes and that he had not contacted Epstein in more than a decade. Donald Trump is mentioned. Sjoberg testified that Epstein once discussed going to a casino in Atlantic City with him, though the references do not detail wrongdoing. In 2002, Trump previously said that he had known Epstein for, quote, 15 years and that he has a quote, terrific guy who, quote, likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. That's a Trump quote, by the way. That he's a terrific guy who likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. In 2019, he distanced himself from Epstein after allegations of sex trafficking came out, saying he was, quote, not a fan. Prince Andrew appears in Sjoberg's deposition. She accused him of groping her breast, allegations that Buckingham Palace has previously denied. Sjoberg has added that someone took a photograph of the groping and that she was ushered out of the room after it happened, while Geoffrey remained with Andrew. Prince Andrew has also separately settled a case with Geoffrey, who has accused him of sexual abuse, which he denied. Attorney and former Trump impeachment counsel Alan Dershowitz is mentioned and accused of having sexual relations with a minor, referred to as Jane Doe number 3. In the documents and witnessing the abuse of additional girls, Dershowitz has posted a video denying these allegations. Previously, Geoffrey had also accused Dershowitz of sexual misconduct toward her, though she later dropped the allegations and stated that she, quote, may have made a mistake identifying Dershowitz. Notably, in 2008, Dershowitz also helped Epstein negotiate a plea deal over charges he faced for soliciting a minor for prostitution that resulted from the mid-2000s investigation in Florida. That Dershowitz guy sounds pretty sussy-wussy. Other famous names mentioned include magician David Copperfield, who allegedly spoke with Sjoberg about whether girls were being paid to find other girls and is not accused of any wrongdoing. Jean-Luc Brunel, a deceased modeling scout, is another individual Geoffrey said she was forced to have sexual relations with and is cited as someone who helped acquire and farm girls out to Epstein. Richardson and Mitchell are also people whom Geoffrey says she was forced to have sexual relations with. Both denied these allegations. Geoffrey explicitly references Richardson in the deposition, while Mitchell is mentioned as a witness of interest. What is the significance of the list, and does it matter? The documents refocus the spotlight on Epstein as well as the powerful men associated with him, raising fresh questions about their involvement with his crimes. That other documents remain sealed and Epstein isn't available to offer his first-hand account only add to the uncertainty inherent in these questions and offer new fuel to conspiracy theories. On the right, Epstein's death by suicide has been a central source of conspiracy fodder, including in bolstering unfounded claims that Epstein is an example of the Clintons having their political enemies killed. Additionally, the far right has tried to use Epstein's ties to various Democrats to push unsubstantiated claims about the party promoting a pedophilia ring, a conspiracy known as QAnon, which has been used to boost support for Trump. As Vox's Anna North has explained, those in the left have linked Epstein's death to unfounded claims of Trump orchestrating the deaths of his political foes as well. Additionally, there have been efforts to use Trump's history of sexual assault and rape allegations to suggest he was a direct participant in Epstein's crimes. I would argue the existence of that case where the woman claimed that when she was 13 years old, Trump and Epstein raped her, she remained anonymous and, dropped the case after threats came out against her, if Trump were to be pursued legally for this, that sounds, that all that happened back in 2016 sounds pretty legit, personally, I would say, but it's not verified by any means. The conspiracies have even ensnared those with nothing to do with the Epstein case. In a Tuesday appearance on ESPN, football player Aaron Rodgers suggested Jimmy Kimmel could be named in the documents. Rodgers' Kimmel reference followed a joke the late-night host had previously made, calling Rodgers a tinfoil hatter for fueling speculation about the Epstein list. Yeah, so a lot of these, liberal, talk show hosts that don't really engage in out-of-the-box conspiracy stuff that you'll see on Twitter have kind of not really been on board with the whole Epstein didn't kill himself thing. And so right-wing people accuse them of being on the Epstein list and being pedophiles. And it's been kind of a big problem. How were they able to threaten her if she was anonymous? Sounds like he must have known who she was for some reason. Well, no, the threats were coming out publicly. They were public threats towards the person going after Trump. The person got scared into dropping the case by the public reaction to the case. But she remained unnamed through everything. I don't think her name ever came out. But, yeah. Kimmel was quick to claim Rogers' comments had serious fallout. Your reckless words put my family in danger, Kimmel said in a social media statement. As the Pizzagate situation in 2016 highlighted, these conspiracy theories can have real-world consequences and implications. That year, internet trolls on the right promoted a false conspiracy theory that prominent Democrats had formed a sex trafficking ring targeting children, and that they used pizza establishments like Comet Ping Pong in Washington, D.C. to do so. Because of this, the restaurant suffered significant harassment and saw a gunman visit its premises and fire inside. Thus far, the Epstein conspiracies have yet to result in comparable consequences, though there are concerns they could fuel misinformation and similarly charged scenarios amid the highly polarized political environment of the 2024 election. As much as I like to do the fun memes about Epstein didn't kill himself, the Epstein list, and all powerful rich people are pedophiles, those are serious allegations that can end lives and careers. And as much as you may not like some of these rich, powerful people, I don't know if levying such serious allegations potentially falsely and irresponsibly is a good idea. I really like this article because it literally goes over the court filings and tells you what is actually verified, not just conspiracies or memes or Twitter posts and headlines you'll see. I think this article does a really good job of taking a really balanced, real, non-speculative, non-conspiracy derived view at the situation. And I do think the left and the right have both engaged in some shameless weaponization of this without really caring what the truth is by the looks of things. I would agree. However, what I will say is that the right is doing it far worse. The right is doing it far, far worse. The right is desperate to weaponize this to be some kind of epic own against the Democrats, when the funny thing is the closest to an epic own on anyone that it is the Republican Party, because Donald Trump is the one who's actually got allegations of rape and sexual assault coming at him from somebody who says he was in cohorts with Epstein and that's how he did it. But hey, what do I know? Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Said, Island mentioned, time to repost this banger. Well, thank you for the $5. Let me add that to the dono goal. Let's see what this is. Elon's blue check mark. Okay. I haven't seen this Meat Canyon's video in quite some time. Meat Canyon's pretty cool.
Elon,
I like him.
Sir.
You're tired.
With all due respect, teleporting to Mars, even with the new Tesla pods, doesn't seem like something we'll be able to do in our lifetime.
We must. The people, they are turning against me. I must regain their trust.
Sir, we are beginning to question your judgment. Please reconsider your decision. And
I have to do.
I like how Meat Canyon didn't even try to draw Elon Musk in a horrific way. He just drew Elon Musk realistically within his art style. He's more detailed, but he's not horrifying like how he normally draws a character. Because Elon Musk himself is already funny looking, so just drawing his face, his actual face in great detail, is way funnier than drawing a hyper gross monstrous version of him as who Elon Musk is in the Meatverse. It's what makes this particular portrayal so funny. Because Elon already looks like a caricature. Exactly, Nasty Redacted.
Do this! I have to do this. I made a promise to an old friend.
I forget who it is. I haven't seen this video in so long. That is what he looks like shirtless. Hey, Cherry. Hey, Bal. Good to see you guys.
I thought vacations were supposed to be fun. You've been to this island.
I forgot. I fucking forgot. God fucking damn it, I forgot.
I thought vacations were supposed to be fun. You've been to this island many times before, but you still seem to get lost. I'm not lost. I'm just thinking. You know, you fixate so much on the future and innovation that you never see the beauty that's right in front of you. I just want to change the world. Change it for the better. Leave humanity with something greater. Elon, listen! You are destined for great things. You've already done so much for the world. So much.
I love how tiny
You're strong,
Epstein's teeth are.
smart, and compassionate. Well, my name isn't Jeffrey Epstein. I will change the world, Jeffrey.
Old man Yowie, no. We're watching Old man Yowie. Fuck. Why is he so pale? Because it's Elon. He's pale as fuck. I forgot how fucking funny the words old man Yowie are. Yeah, it's worse. It's old man pedo Yowie. Like two old pedophile men Yowie. Ugh. Yeah, we're not watching the rest of that. I might actually throw up. Zan, are you going to address the having a girlfriend allegations? I do not have a girlfriend. I do not. I am on that grind. I'm on that content grind. I have no interest in dating or hookups or anything like that because women's scary. Women's scary. They scare me. And also busy, and also scary and busy. Pretty much that. I'm busy and women are scary. Those two reasons are reason enough to stay single for a little while. Incel Zan moment? No. When you voluntarily are celibate, it's called volcel, okay? You need to get this right, all right? Okay? Volcel, or incel, is involuntarily celibate. Volcel is voluntarily celibate. Okay? Get it right. If Zan starts dating a straight woman, all the gay people in his audience are walking out. I don't know if I could ever date a straight woman, honestly. I'm sorry women are scary, Zan. I'm afraid of dating, too. It's not so much that I'm afraid of dating. It's more so that, like, I'm going to be real. Like, it's funny. I'm not trying to, like, drama monger, but Keffel said at one point that, like, my ex made me weird about women, she thinks. And what's funny about that is I feel like women are weird about me, at least that I've dated, because in most of the relationships I've had since I've done content, there's been some, like, drama where I've been made to look bad and then I'm forced to, like, prove I didn't do anything, you know? Like, obviously the sex cult drama was just me being flirty with some friends and that, like, blew up. And then obviously my, like, dating Lonnie ended up blowing up into something crazy. So yeah, being a public figure and dating is what's scary. It's not that dating is scary. It's not that, like, women are scary. It's that dating as a public figure and there being so much reason to turn relationship stuff into drama. It's just, yeah. I said Lonnie. Hardly Dan. How did you hear that as a completely different name? Lonnie? Does not sound anything like Laurel. What? Wouldn't that make it a flirt cult? It was the cult of Archavoodle, okay? Anyone who gets that reference is based. Made up name from what I can tell, Avalon and Babylon. I think that person just, like, heard a completely different name. It's like, yeah, it's like the Yanni or Laurel thing. Like, they heard Laurel instead of Lonnie. Christ. All right. Hey, if you're watching the stream and you're enjoying it, consider dropping a lickety like on the stream. It's completely free and helps out the channel a lot. And also, for completely, well, not for free, if you've got the money for it, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website. It really helps a lot, for real. And you can also support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon. So thank you to anyone who does that. You can also buy Xander Hall merch in the Streamlabs link down below in the description. You can buy a Xander Hall Booba shirt. You should do that. Xander Hall Booba shirt. Pretty dope thing to own. Not owning a Xander Hall Booba shirt is pretty cringe, if I do say so myself. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So this is a little bit of a heavier topic, that's for sure. But a couple days ago, there was another American school shooting. Who could have thought that in the last week there's been a school shooting in America? Now, every time there's a shooting of any kind here in the US, there's a lot of talk about a lot of different things. There are people who own guns, such as myself, and, you know, I am a gun owner. For example, I've got literally got my Glock here on my desk. It is, of course, totally empty. Reason why I'm even showing it on camera, because Twitch will ban you if it's not empty, I'm pretty sure. So, I got my gun. I like my guns. I like owning guns. I live in a state that has some pretty severe restrictions on gun ownership. For example, I've got a magazine right here. And if you look here, you can see that this magazine accommodates... Can I get the light to hit it right? Yeah, right there. Don't blur. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Can you see that 1-0? It looks like an 0-1 because my camera's flipped, but 1-0. 10. A traditional Glock magazine, 15 rounds. This fits 10 because that's the law in the state that I live in. So I'm very familiar with gun ownership, and I'm very familiar with laws that restrict gun ownership, which means I get pretty invested in the conversation whenever guns come back into being like the #1 topic everyone is discussing due to one of these shootings occurring. Now, I am obviously not delusional. I may own a gun, but I'm not in love with my gun. I recognize that guns are weapons. They are made to kill, and they may have many other uses, many of them fun and harmless, but at the end of the day, they are dangerous, they are weapons, and they are made to kill. That is their primary purpose, and there is no arguing away from that. Now, it is undeniable that here in the US, we've got some serious problems with gun crime. Like, gun violence is a problem across the board. Suicides with guns, accidental shootings, children getting to guns and, like, accidentally shooting themselves and others, improper storage being the fault of many of these things. Like, obviously, mass shootings are pretty common. These are all big problems, and no one can deny these are problems. The question is, what do we do to solve these problems? And what really frustrates me is it seems like there's only two politically viable sides to the debate. On one side, you've got the Republicans, who are publicly fully against any form of restrictions on gun ownership. In practice, though, not usually. Sometimes they do something like, you know, strike down a law that makes it illegal to have more than 10 rounds in a magazine, like they did in California recently. Maybe they'll strike down an assault weapons ban, as they call them. But for the most part, there's even Republicans who vote yes on, like, the bump stock ban, right? Generally, the Republicans virtue signal about how much they love guns and how pro-gun they are, more than they actually pass pro-gun policy. A lot of it is just talk. And I say this as someone who is a gun owner and very pro-gun. Trust me, most of what Republicans say that is super pro-gun is just talk. Like, I like that it's pro-gun talk, but it's just talk, and that's usually where it ends. Democrats, on the other hand, have the same issue, but on the reverse opposite side of the coin. Most of the time, when they talk about the restrictions they want to put in place on guns, it is mostly just talk. But they do get a fair amount done. A lot of very big and unpopular anti-gun policies have passed all across the country. For example, here in Washington, any type of rifle that you get, like that you buy from here on out that isn't like grandfathered in before this law passed, that isn't bolt action, like you can't have a semi-auto or fully automatic rifle in Washington anymore. You just, like, if you're gonna get a semi-automatic gun, you have to get a pistol. Has to be a handgun. You can't get a semi-automatic rifle. You can't get a fully automatic rifle. It has to be some kind of bolt-action rifle. And it sucks. It really, really sucks. It does. And that's just one example in one state. A lot of Americans own guns, and they treat them responsibly, respectfully, so on and so forth. Which is why when a bad person uses their gun to do bad things, and the Democrats want to ban guns or restrict guns because of it, pro-gun Republican voters, and believe me, guns are a massive wedge issue here in America, they get mad at the Democrats, and it pushes them away. A lot of people vote Republican just because the Republicans are the ones that aren't attacking gun ownership. And let me be clear, the Democrats have a big problem with attacking legal gun ownership and framing it as a selfish, self-centered bad thing that conservatives do because they are too selfish to give up their guns for the safety of everyone else. The problem is, gun ownership is extremely popular, and saying that kind of thing is, it pushes people away. It really, really does. And on top of that, it's unconstitutional. Like, banning guns across the board could never pass and last, so to say. The Second Amendment is a pretty easy thing to point to and strike down most federal gun restrictions and gun bans. However, I feel like my position exists in this middle ground between the right and the left, where it is undeniable that these problems are substantial and that restricting the amount of guns that people can get their hands on is a good solution. We're about to read this article. I have not looked deeply into this Iowa school shooting. I do not know whether the gun was obtained illegally or legally, how it was obtained to begin with, or who the age or identity of the person who perpetrated the school shooting. We're about to find out. But what I will say is, I want it to be as hard as feasibly possible for a person who means to do harm to go out and buy a gun because they're having like a mental breakdown, and they, like, the easier it is just go out and buy a gun and ammo and do harm, the more likely it is that someone is going to actually do it, because the more steps there are, the more time it takes to actually get the gun and ammo in your hands, the more time you have to think and reconsider doing something awful. Policies like wait times when buying a gun are very effective. Safe storage laws are very effective at preventing massive disasters. Forcing people who buy a gun to have a license that verifies that they've gotten professional training of some kind, like a decent amount of range time in front of a professional that can verify they know what they're doing, a passing of a written test that shows that they know the fundamentals of their gun and how to treat it and the laws around it and so on and so forth, how best to use it and when you're allowed to use it, all that kind of stuff. These laws are objectively helpful. They help to keep guns from legally ending up in the hands of people who will use them to do illegal things. And of course, they also prevent people who already have committed crimes and have a spotty record from obtaining firearms and using, legally I should say, obtaining firearms and using said legally obtained firearms to commit crimes. That is what makes me the most upset, when a legally obtained firearm is used to commit a crime. And it should make pro-gun people on the right just as upset as it makes me, because the harder it is, or the easier it is for a gun to be legally obtained and used for a crime, the more ammo Democrats have to use against all gun owners, ones who are all well-meaning and good as well, because they don't discriminate in most of their rhetoric. I'm pro-Democrat, I vote Democrat, but I have a lot of disagreements when it comes to guns. The biggest problem, though, is that a lot of people are afraid. And there's a lot of culture shock, I guess you would call it as well. There are a lot of European and Canadian and Australian and New Zealand and yada 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 progressives who see the amount of shootings and gun crime and gun suicides that happen in America, and they're like, this doesn't happen here. This doesn't happen anywhere else. You have no excuse for this to be happening. Stop simping so hard for your stupid fucking guns. Children are dying. Get over it. And the problem is, it's not that simple. I mean, you can say that, but on one hand, like, it's not politically possible to just get rid of all the guns. There's literally more guns than people by a lot in this country. A lot of people have hoarded and stockpiled guns in places that you can't even imagine. It's a lot. It's a fucking lot. Xana's made me more pro-gun. I'm glad to hear that. What I don't disagree with is that it's a problem that these guns are out there and that there is as much harm that is happening. But one of the big, like, look at Switzerland. Switzerland has a fuckload of guns. We talked about this today. Switzerland has shitloads of guns, but they don't have shitloads of mass shootings and gun violence because they've eliminated the causes of crime and violence in the first place. Not entirely, but much more effectively than America has. And they put up some pretty solid barriers between, like, someone just deciding they want to get a gun and the moment they actually have it and some ammo in their hands and are able to take it home. America's a very different place culturally and physically, like as far as how many guns are just out there and how many guns have been out there for a long time. And so the policies that need to be enacted have to be different. We also have a very different constitution that cannot be overridden without extreme political willpower. So we need to focus on actually achievable solutions that can save lives, because I'm not denying that this issue is a matter of life and death for a lot of people, particularly a lot of American children who are at risk of dying in school shootings. So with all that said, I'm in favor of reasonable gun control policy. I don't like when types of guns or attachments are banned, to be clear. I don't like when things are banned. I don't like it when it's banned. Like, you can't buy this gun, you can't buy this attachment, you can't get this magazine with this amount of rounds. I would like for it to be hard. Steps between even a legal, well-meaning citizen and the crazy-ass gun they want to get will substantially help to stop any bad things from happening with said gun. The problem is when you start to ban these things outright, not only does it just kind of suck if you're like someone who likes to shoot guns and it's really a bummer, but it really, really pushes people away. Oh, I'm a big supporter of safe storage laws. I think it should be like a felony to not store your gun in a safe if you have children on your property. I think it should be like a full-on felony. If like a cop comes into your house and sees you've got like a gun in a drawer unlocked and like you have kids that live in the house, like it should just be a straight up felony. But I do believe our tax dollars should pay for free safes for any gun purchase, or like the first gun purchase someone gets. Like, I think that storage should be covered for free, because, you know, if you're going to make it, or maybe not even, because guns are already an expensive hobby. If you're going to get into guns, you're already willing to drop quite a bit of money. So and to give you an idea, the biggest fucking heavy-duty person-size safe that they sold at the Rural King I bought my gun at cost hundreds of dollars less than my gun. $100 less than my gun. So if you can afford a gun, you can afford a safe. Like, it's just simple as that. But frankly, I'd be in favor of a law that makes it so our tax dollars cover the free purchase, you could call it, the inclusion of a safe with someone's first gun purchase. Anyway, let's read. Enough talk about gun policy. Let's read what happened. Trump on Iowa school shooting. Get over it. That's right. That's Donald Trump's response, because all the super pro-gun Trumpites out there, they just want to hear Trump say, fuck you, we're not giving up our guns, we don't care how many kids die. A lot of them are just that demonic. The former president's comments come a day after a gunman killed a 6th grade student and wounded 5 other people at Perry High School. Isn't 6th grade middle school? Was it like a 6th through 12th grade school? Or was the kid like there for some reason? Because like 6th grade is middle school. That's your first year of middle school. Okay. I'm just confused. I haven't read about this story much. Some schools are middle through high school. Yeah, I know there are some like that. It's just interesting they call it a high school. Okay. A day after a gunman killed a 6th grade student and wounded 5 other people at Perry High School, northwest of Des Moines, Donald Trump returned to the state at a campaign event and told residents that they, quote, have to get over it. During his speech at Sioux Center, Iowa, the former president gave his thoughts and prayers to the victims and their families. Thoughts and prayers. Emphasizing that, quote, we're really with you as much as anybody can be, after stating the tragedy was, quote, terrible and horrible. Trump insisted, quote, we have to get over it. We have to move forward. We have to move forward. Afterwards, the ex-president quickly moved on to shout out the state senators endorsing him. His visit to Iowa arrives 10 days before the state's caucuses. Let's watch the clip. We got a nice video clip of it on Twitter. Let's go.
It's horrible to see that happening. It's just horrible. So surprising to see it here.
Let's go, Twitter.
It's horrible to see that happening. That's just
on
horrible.
Static.
So surprising to see it here. But have to get over it. We
have to get over it. Yeah. Not exactly not tone deaf. Wouldn't exactly call that not tone deaf, personally. Last April, Trump called school shootings a, quote, spiritual problem and not a, quote, gun problem. I'm sorry. I don't believe that school shootings and mass shootings and gun crime are a gun problem entirely. But they are at least partially a gun problem. The guns are part of the problem. The guns being in the hands of bad people is the problem, which means the guns are part of the problem. The thing is, we need to also acknowledge that there are other factors, and we need to not only just acknowledge those other factors, but actually care about solving them. Republicans will talk so much about how improper mental health care is what led to this, but Republicans aren't in favor of expanding free health care and free mental health care coverage. They're not in favor of enacting any policy that would help people's mental health. They just want to say, oh, it was bad mental health, so that they can make excuses for not doing anything about guns. They just want to stir up people who are pro-gun against the Democrats because, admittedly, the Democrats are god-awful when it comes to their gun legislation. Like, my favorite Biden quote in regards to guns has to be when he said, one of these right here. God, my fingernails are way too long. I really need to clip them. It's been too long. He said, one of these things right here, a 9mm round, 9mm bullet, will blow the lungs out of the body. You should paint them? Never. What do you think I am, Hassan? He said that a 9mm bullet will blow the lungs out of the body, is what he said. Now, if you've actually ever seen someone get shot with a 9mm round, you know for a fact that's not true. Like, people can just, if it's like a Full Metal Jacket, like this is, it'll just sail through them. Like, sometimes they get stuck, but people can literally walk through an entire magazine of gunfire from a 9mm. I won't say how I've seen that, but the internet is a crazy place, and Twitter has gone downhill when it comes to their recommendation algorithm. Does he mean it collapses the lungs? No, he said, and I quote, it blows the lungs out of the body, and it does no such thing. 9mm is a, well, at least if it's a Full Metal Jacket. Okay, I can't get this thing in right now because my fingers are too sweaty. God fucking damn these 10-round magazine limits. Anyway, it's just complete bullshit. He's also, yeah, a lot of Democrats love to say fully semi-automatic, which is an oxymoron. A semi-automatic gun is not fully automatic. Those are different categories. So, yeah, also assault weapon is not an actual classification of firearm that exists within gun manufacturing or like military use. It's a political term made up by anti-gun politicians to make rifles that can shoot full or semi-autos sound scarier. They're assault weapons, you know? I think the closest actual term to that phrase would be battle weapon, which I've heard that in a military context in reference to, like, certain rifles, but even that doesn't, like, that's not referring to, like, civilian AR-15s. Like, that's not considered a battle weapon. That's referring to, like, actual, like, what the U.S. Marines are using, like, the M4 would be considered a battle weapon, not like a civilian AR-15. So, a lot of really weird political language has been made up here, and it's yeah. It makes the conversation really complicated, and the average person, even if they've shot a gun before, doesn't really know a lot about guns on a fundamental level. And, like, they're very non-subjective things. I say this a lot. There's no subjectivity to what a gun can or can't do. There's no argument to be had about it. It's metal, plastic, and that's about it. And it doesn't morph to what people think it does. It just does what it does. So when a Democrat says that a gun can do a thing it can't, or can't do a thing that it can, there's not really any subjectivity to that. That's just an own on a Democrat who said a dumb thing about guns because they didn't know what they were talking about. And when the Republicans can point to a Democrat talking about guns and not knowing what they're talking about, they weaponize the fuck out of it. And it's what really frustrates me because Biden falls for that trap a lot. Like, if you look at conservative gun YouTube, which is massive, they tear Biden up on there. And, like, when I see those clips, it's like, fuck, I can't even argue against them because what Biden said was really fucking stupid, you know? On Friday, President Joe Biden delivered his first major election year campaign speech near Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. The president torched his predecessor and potential 2024 rival, calling Trump's refusal to accept the peaceful transfer of power in 2020 a continued threat to American democracy. Quote, Trump exhausted every legal avenue available to him to overturn the election, Biden told a crowd of supporters. Every one. But the legal path just took Trump back to the truth, that I had won the election and he was a loser. Well, knowing how his mind works now, he had one act left, one desperate act available to him, the violence of January 6th. Quote, the choice is clear, Biden said, reiterating that the 2024 election will be about preserving democracy. Quote, Donald Trump's campaign is about him, not America, not you. Donald Trump's campaign is obsessed with the past, not the future. He's willing to sacrifice our democracy to put himself in power. During a town hall in Davenport, Iowa, last month, Trump said he wanted to be a dictator if reelected, but only on day one in office. He later doubled down on his sentiment on the New York Young Republican Club's 111th annual gala a few days later. Quote, Peter Baker today in the New York Times said that I want to be a dictator, said the ex-president when referencing an article detailing his comments. Quote, I didn't say that. I said I want to be a dictator for one day. You know why I wanted to be a dictator? Because I want a wall, and I want to drill, drill, drill. The funny thing is, Biden has done more drill, 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 especially here in America, than any Republicans have in a long time. Or I should say ever. Here's the quote. Trump saying he wants to be a dictator.
And now,
Here's the clip.
Almost have to go to a break. I want to go back to this one issue, though, because the media has been focused on this and attacking you. Under no circumstances, you are promising America tonight you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
what?
he's going crazy.
So he's admitting he would, and also the dude literally ran in 2016 on one of his primary policies being to jail his political opponent that he was running against if he wins, which he was never able to do, even as president, because she didn't do anything illegal, at least that he could prove.
Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
That's
drill,
not that's
drill.
that's not that's not retribution.
I'm gonna be, you know, he keeps, we love this guy. He says, you're not gonna be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator,
So that sounds to me like you're going back to the policies when you were president. All right,
exactly.
Take a break, just getting started. We're in beautiful Davenport, Iowa. Donald Trump with us for the hour as Hannity continues.
Phenomenal. So for those that don't know, we did a segment on this recently. Donald Trump has just been getting way more mask off with how openly he just wants to rule America forever. Like, he doesn't even pretend like he cares about term limits or democracy anymore. He has gotten more and more fascist with every speaking engagement, and it's resulted in his popularity in the polls going up more and more every time they update it. Donald Trump is very far ahead in the polls of all the other Republican candidates, which is obvious. We all expected that. The Republican Party is the Trump Party now, but it's crazy to think that they're all so radicalized this stuff doesn't even push them away. It's what they want. It's what they gravitated to in the first place. It's not surprising, personally. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Update your passports and your gun license. Thankfully, well, it's not a gun license, but yeah. Hold on, let me Google this. What states does a Florida concealed weapons permit apply in? Holy shit! That chatter who said it's valid, like my Florida concealed carry permit is valid in like every Republican state, was right. Tons of these aren't even Republican states too. My Florida concealed carry permit is valid in 30 fucking states. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Delaware, Florida, obviously, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, New Mexico, North Carolina, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, West Virginia, and Wyoming. What about my Washington one? Washington State, because I have a Washington State concealed weapons permit too. Wow, a bunch except Washington's too. What open carry in Washington? This is interesting. You can legally open carry without a license in Washington as long as you're at least 21 years old and allowed to possess a gun. However, you must have a valid permit to carry a loaded handgun in any vehicle. There are also areas where open carry is prohibited, including schools, the Capitol, permitted demonstrations, any public legislative office, and any state offices. Concealed carry in Washington. Concealed carry is legal for residents that have a concealed pistol license. That's what's called here, CPL. Non-residents must hold a license from a state that Washington honors. Whether you're a resident or non-resident, you can get a license as long as your minimum age is 21. You can't carry a concealed gun without a license unless you're on your property. I mean, it makes sense if you're on your property to be able to carry your gun without your license. But what states honor it? Okay, Washington concealed carry reciprocity with other states. Oh, these are states. Okay, no. Washington. Are you a Washington resident looking to visit another state with your gun? Firearms must be carried in accord with the gun laws of the state you are visiting. Ensure you check the laws of the other state you are traveling there with your gun. Here are the states that honor permits from Washington: Alabama, Arkansas, Idaho, Indiana, Louisiana, Mississippi, Montana, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Ohio, South Dakota, Vermont, Virginia, and Wisconsin. Dude, that's a bunch of names that weren't even in the list of ones that honor Florida's. So it's like, well, the majority of states in this country I can conceal carry in with my 2 permits I have. That's fucking awesome. I guess that chatter wasn't wrong. So, yeah. Get your concealed carry permit. Or concealed pistol license, whatever it's called where you are. Sometimes it's called a concealed weapons license. It's not as hard as you think. And it's surprisingly fun. I've been wanting to visit a range and get a few guns. Hell yeah. Get licensed first. Get a concealed weapons license, concealed pistol license, whatever it may be in your location. The training that they require to get it is valuable before getting your first gun. Trust me. A lot of it's stuff you'll probably already know, to be fair. But you'll be confident knowing that you know everything you need to know to safely own a gun if you get that license. That's why I want to ask about the process. Oh yeah, ask any questions. Ask away. We're in between segments right now, so it's a good time. Any snow? Does not seem to be snowing. God, I'm just so excited for it to finally snow. It's supposed to in the next couple days. It might even snow tonight. It's very, like, spotty around Seattle. Like, it could literally just randomly start snowing unexpectedly in the middle of the night. Like, that's generally how it seems to go. By the way, a battle rifle is a select fire rifle length firearm chambered in a full power caliber. Okay. Is that true? Andrea 710? I assume that you're, like, that's a very specific definition, so I assume, yeah. Yeah, the FAL would definitely be considered a battle rifle, for sure. It's a real deal. That'll blow the lungs out of the body. That's an example that Biden should have used. A FAL will definitely actually blow the lungs out of the body. And there might not be any lungs left when it does. M16A4? Yeah, it's a good example, too. I really want to shoot some fully automatic rifles. I haven't got to shoot any fully automatic rifles yet. Florida would have been the place to do it. I want to shoot an AK. I want to shoot an M4. I definitely want to shoot, like, some fucking form of a SCAR, like the best weapon from Fortnite back in the day. I've shot some pretty fun guns, though, as it is. Like, here, I can bring up my Instagram. I know I haven't showed these videos in a while, so a fair amount of you guys might not have seen these. Wow, most of my footage that most of what I've uploaded on here these days is all me shooting. Man, I used to suck at shooting, dude. To be fair, and you can see, like, where my shots land in this video. To be fair, the iron sights, this is a rental gun, by the way. The iron sights on it are really off, so you can see my grouping is really, really tight. But despite having my sights perfectly on the bullseye, they all, like, shoot right here because the sights are off and they aim low, but I have a really tight grouping, like, right here, and every shot goes in this little area, but they're way too low. So, here's me shooting a CZ Scorpion. Suppressed, too. It's got a neat noise to it because it's suppressed. Here, actually, let me turn off the volume here, and you guys can see me shoot some interesting guns if you haven't seen it already.
You got the safety off? It's really good, though.
I used to suck at shooting back then, but I wasn't too bad in this game, if I remember correctly.
Also, when you guys come out, your wife's gonna have to chill out.
Look how smooth it is. I know it's hard to tell because it's so zoomed in, but look how little the gun moves when you shoot it. It's just it's like shooting a Nerf gun. It's like shooting an actual Nerf gun. It's like shooting an actual Nerf gun. It's so smooth. CZ Scorpion is really fun. I think it's one of those guns that had to have gotten, like, grandfathered in. Because, like, yeah. Damn Zan shooting guns. Wait, why are people freaking out about the gunshot noises? I warned you guys I was going to play a video. Here's me shooting. I think this is a modified AR. The range that I go to has, they have special modified AR-15s specifically for their range. They're not like, they're like kind of shit compared to like what you could get in Florida and just own, but they're pretty cool. It's the closest to like a neat rifle I've ever shot. Here's the video. I don't know what was up there. Anyway, it wouldn't shoot before because these rental guns are jammy. That echo? Yeah, it's loud. The AR-15's bark is definitely meaner than its bite, though. It's not very unpleasant to shoot. Like, it's more unpleasant to be next to somebody shooting it than to shoot it. Nice visors. They're just like protective glasses. These things, the headphones I'm using are what are nice. These are like the expensive, nice, like noise canceling, like headphones you can wear in Tarkov that let you hear footsteps over the rain. Oh, that last bit. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. The echo is fun. It's the shell bouncing off the wall. No. The shell bouncing off the wall is so quiet. You can't even hear it in the video, like barely. The echo is just the sound of, A, other people shooting, because it's a big range. There's other people in there shooting guns too, and you're hearing them as well. And also, like, there is a bit of an echo that's just kind of happening. But yeah, I've shot some pretty neat guns, but those would probably be the coolest I've ever shot, to be honest. But yeah, we're about to do a segment about Michelle Obama, guys. People be conspiracy theorying. All right. Why are we talking about Michelle Obama? You're about to find out. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Conspiracy theorist claims Michelle Obama is transgender, and we're so very, very tired. This is an article from Pink News, not the greatest of journalistic websites, but they aren't evil or bad or anything. And they wrote this back in 2020. You see, a while ago, Alex Jones popularized a conspiracy theory, and it's an old conspiracy theory, but it really blew up a few years ago when Alex Jones boosted it. And the conspiracy theory is that Michelle Obama is transgender. Now, the elephant in the room here is you would only push a conspiracy theory like this that's meant to make someone look bad, that someone being Obama, if you believed that a man being with a trans woman is a bad thing, which it is, of course, not. But also, Michelle Obama isn't trans. At least there doesn't really seem to be any actual evidence that she is. It's just kind of nonsense from everything that I have ever seen in regards to this conspiracy theory. Yeah, also she has multiple children that she's given birth to. You know, it feels like there's a lot more evidence for the idea she's a cis woman than a trans woman, but the right is desperate to argue Obama is gay, and because they hate gay people and being gay is bad in their world, then, you know, once they've argued that, then they win, I guess. Notable far-right conspiracy theorist and InfoWars host Alex Jones, man, Alex Jones has just come up a lot lately, has claimed he has evidence that Michelle Obama, the former First Lady of the United States, is trans. Many consider Jones to be anti-trans, despite previously having transgender porn open on his phone. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Can we bring this up? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's censored, but someone zoomed into his phone when he did like a live stream or some kind of event, and they found out, like, when he, like, you know how you can click like a little button that shows all the different windows you have open on your phone? People noticed he had trans porn open in a minimized window on his phone. It's censored here, but like you can go look it up and see. Bro was watching trans porn and forgot to, and you know, when you see the clips of he was doing research. He was doing research, guys. It's the idea of Alex Jones having sex with anyone is hilarious, okay? That's what's actually funny about it. It's not the idea that Alex Jones is attracted to trans people that's funny. It's the idea that Alex Jones would have sex with anyone that's hilarious. That's the joke here. Jones released a 12-minute clip which analyzes photos and videos of the Obamas. He points to her, quote, very wide shoulders and her, quote, very masculine face as significant proof of his theory. He also explains that former President Obama would often refer to his wife as Michael on camera, a slip-up that apparently shows that she was previously a man who'd since changed her name and, quote, dressed up as a woman. People pointed out, though, that the clips where former President Obama said Michael could have been referring to anyone, and there is no way of knowing who was being discussed at the time. So is it literally just clips of Obama saying the name Michael in reference to somebody, and Alex Jones claims, see, he misspoke and meant Michelle. That's in line with Alex Jones' level of dishonesty. The video starts with Jones reading out a story which concerned a, quote, racist cartoon about the, quote, masculine Michelle Obama being compared to, quote, pregnant, ready Melania Trump. He says, quote, this is a funny cartoon. It's not racist to say she looks like a man. Black women have often been targeted with comments about masculinity, which are considered to be racist and discriminatory. Considered. Ah, yes. That dude looks like a lady. Lady looks like a dude, quote, Alex Jones sings about Michelle Obama. Jones begins his tirade by stating, quote, we've had doctors on about this. She definitely looks like a man. She always has this pooch, like she's wearing a codpiece or has genitalia, unquote. Every person, whether they are transgender or cisgender, or pouch. That might be a misspelling of the word pouch, because it's spelled P-O-O-C-H. So I assume they meant pouch? Every person, whether they are cisgender or transgender, has genitalia, but apparently those doctors were never mentioned that on InfoWars. Very convincingly, Jones tells his audience, quote, I'm sorry, it's true, it's a giant viral video phenomenon for like 80 years that she's a man. All I know is Obama was raised by a T-slur in Indonesia. They're into all sorts of stuff, unquote. Man, Alex Jones has just been a bullshit, like, spewer for so long. It's crazy how, like, he just has been doing this and no one gives a fuck. that watches him. They just continue to watch and support him, and they believe everything he says. Very convincingly, Alex Jones The video also implies that famous comedian Joan Rivers was murdered by the Obamas in order to cover this up. Quote, I think it's all an arranged marriage. It's all fake. It's all just a big sick joke because Barack is obsessed with transgender. Citation? I don't know why that's where it ends. It's like some weird cult or something. Jones and his supporters have often peddled conspiracy theories, not only about the Obama family, but also about widely reported terrorist attacks such as the Sandy Hook shooting and the Oklahoma bombing, which was flagged as false, which he claimed were false flag attacks. Jones is also a proponent of the birther conspiracy, which refers to a commonly discussed theory that suggests Barack Obama was not born in the United States, despite his birth certificate proving that he was born at a hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii. To be fair, conservatives probably don't know that Hawaii is part of the United States, so, that might be less of a racism thing and more of a, a retardation thing. Now, you may be wondering, why am I reading this article from 2020? Well, because yesterday, Michelle Obama trended on Twitter. Pretty big time, Michelle Obama trended on Twitter. It was roughly 60,000 tweets, I think I saw at the peak when I decided I would cover this, about Michelle Obama. And as you can imagine, all of the top tweets are about her supposedly being a trans woman. So here is the first clip that comes up if you look at the trend. I actually saved the link to it. This person claims, this is Michelle Obama, what do you see? And they're basically trying to claim that you can see a bulge in Michelle Obama's pants in this video. So we're at the point where these supposedly warriors for straight rights are staring at the junk of women who they think are men pretending to be women because maybe they're trans, but they have to look real close to find out. So they're basically looking at what they think is a dick. It's like, are we serious? Do they not know about tucking? They don't know about tucking. That's have any of you ever worn pants before? I know I've got a cock and balls, so there's obviously a lump whenever I wear especially tight pants. There's definitely going to be pretty clear lump. But if I wear, say, jeans right now that are a bit baggy or too big for me, or that are just a little bit oversized, then there's going to be a crease in the pants that is not caused by my junk. Because that is how the area where the two legs of your pants that come together at your crotch work. Geez, that video quality. It's like we're looking... Yeah, no. It is on purpose. Oh, yeah, InfoWars, of course, is where this clip comes from. It is on purpose that this is the quality of, Bigfoot spottings and, alien UFO photos and, Loch Ness Monster footage, okay? Because, if you could see the video in high quality, it's oh, that's just a wrinkle in the pants. But here, I guess you could try to argue that there's something here that looks like a bulge. But, this is insane. We're doing, hypothetical cock looking to determine whether or not it's actually insane. Yeah, it's obviously a shadow, but it's obviously insane as well that conservatives not only latch onto this, but they made it go hyper viral. This is not the first of the tweets talking about it. I'll go ahead and scroll down, see how many we can find. It may be a joke to you, but people have died trying to tell you this. Michelle Obama is a man. Just in, Michelle Obama's ex-boyfriend, David Upchurch, has come forward to reveal that she, quote-unquote, is actually a man named Michael Robinson and only became Michelle after meeting Barack Obama and having prospects of becoming First Lady. Oh yeah, she became a woman to become First Lady. It is like the conspiracy theory, the narrative that they have driven up. It's official. Michelle Obama is a man. 30,000 likes. People have died to get this out to you guys. Here's a post where it's just like Melania Trump. This is somebody saying, Michelle Obama is a racist who hates America and damned our flag, then scratched his balls. Michelle Obama can fuck off. 1.2k likes. Like, this shit was like going maximum viral on Twitter, okay? The right has fully embraced the Michelle Obama is trans conspiracy, which is weird because, like, it's not just that it's insane to claim that she's trans, but they're only arguing she's trans to try and argue Obama is gay, and they think that if they can prove Obama is gay, then they can prove Obama and the Democrats are bad. But also, they're totally not homophobic, by the way, and the left is lying when they say they are, I guess. It's so disjointed. It makes no sense. Well, it does make sense. They just want to shit talk progressives and have their little conspiracy misinfo circle. I know that was a shorter segment, but I figure it merited some covering considering how viral this conspiracy went. Hopefully you guys liked that segment. First chaser president? Let's hope so. Honestly, I hope Michelle Obama is trans. That would go hard as fuck if we found out that we already had the first trans first lady ever, and we didn't even know. That'd be crazy. But she is not trans, obviously. She's literally had children. This is like insane to claim. And even if she was, the only consequence of that is, okay, so the right thinks Obama is gay. So, all right, then how is being gay evil then if he is gay, if that's what you think? Like, what's the point of arguing that? Like, what are they getting at with this entire conspiracy? That's my question. Loverworm, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Very kind of you. Said, Michelle Obama, a trans woman with a working womb? What do I have to do to get one? True. Maybe Michelle Obama is actually a trans woman from the future who has been able to completely transform into a cis woman. Pretty much. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And Reaganator, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it as well. Thank you. Said, howdy, Zan. I'm going in finally for a job interview tomorrow, and I'm really excited. I can keep you updated if you like. Absolutely, Reaganator. I wish you luck. I hope it goes well. I'm rooting for you. I know for a fact you're going to do well, and you're going to get that job. Thank you so much for the $5, Reaganator. Let's hope it's high-paying so you can donate all of your money to me. Mwahaha. Yes. Give me all your money. Hee. Alright, let me update the dono goal real fast. Speaking of giving me money, if you can't afford to do that, you can always support me for completely free simply by dropping a like on the stream. It really does mean a lot and goes a long way to helping me and supporting the channel. I did just move and had to do so while super sick from COVID. Had to take some time off, so money's a bit tight, and any support you guys can send my way is appreciated. You can donate, subscribe, gift a sub on my website, YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, all of it linked down below. But you can also support me for completely free with a like, a sub, and a ringed bell icon if you haven't already. It really does mean a lot, really does go a long way, and I really appreciate it. Let me finish up this monster. Who remembers the one where the camera glitch made Obama's Secret Service guy look like a lizard man? Oh yeah, the right, like, screenshot of that and passed it around all the time. I was thinking more Futurama, but that's probably more they got it from either way. So you go. Oh, sorry. I'm reading a random person's message and it has nothing to do with anything I'm talking about. That always throws me off when it happens. Ah. Oh yeah, that is true. A lot of conservatives did try to argue that Obama's kids are adopted to try to, like, substantiate their claim that Michelle Obama is trans. I guess that does make sense, yeah. Why is he naming these states? Because I was naming states where my concealed carry permit is valid. Like, yeah. It's neat that it applies in a lot of places. I like that. That's part of the benefit, you know? Yep. All right. Here, really quick, let me adjust my camera. Gotta turn up the gain because it's gotten so dark in here. Whoa. Whoa, look, my lighting. Look at that. Look, my lighting is better. Don't I look cool when I'm not consumed with shadow? That's awesome. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So we've talked a while now about how a certain type of content, a sort of parasitic grift genre, has really blown up on YouTube over the years, and that is the no bullshit clone channel. For those that don't remember, way back in the day, there was a now long disgraced YouTuber named No Bullshit. You see, No Bullshit's entire thing was to, in one video, claim that he is a super hardcore, anti-woke, anti-SJW, badass kind of dude, you know? Like, he presented himself like he was this epic owner of the woke libs and everything, and that he isn't offended by anything, and it's the left that's trying to attack all the popular media and turn it woke and everything. But then on the other hand, he would also have massive meltdowns constantly about any piece of media that had minorities in it, okay? If there were gay people, women of color, non-white people in any new piece of media, he'd put out a video complaining about it. And he oftentimes couldn't keep himself from complaining about the Jews as well. He has a tendency to go mask off, you know? That aside, No Bullshit would just upload non-stop drivel content about how everything is woke and everything's failing that is woke. He hasn't uploaded in 2 years now. We've covered his last couple videos he did, but haven't really looked at his stuff in a long time because he's a long since defunct channel. But No Bullshit was at one point a huge fucking channel. If we sort by his most popular, we can see that 6 years ago, like 6 to 4 years ago, in that span of time, this dude was on top of YouTube. Despite being one of the most obviously stupid, downright mentally deficient human beings I have ever seen on the internet. Debate after debate, this dude would just destroy his own credibility over and over and over again, but he just kept uploading. He just kept making this garbage trash content that people would make fun of him for. And eventually, we hit this wall a few years ago where this type of content stopped being as popular, and his channel went from looking like that to looking like this, despite having, at one point, 800,000 subs he's since dropped down quite a bit from. So, this dude is pretty much the shining example of this, like, anti-woke bullshit content and where it started. He failed because he just couldn't keep... He wasn't able to create a veneer of intelligence enough to keep people around. He wasn't very entertaining, he wasn't very charming, and people didn't like his content all that much, really, besides just hearing somebody repeat the stuff they already agreed with. The thing is, though, he inspired an entire new generation of content just like his, notably the Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, who else? The, what's he called? The other Jeremy guy that does the same. There's 3 Jeremys that do this type of content. The Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, and then the Critical Drinker. Obviously, that's also a type of content inspired by it, but kind of different. There's a lot of different YouTubers in this realm that have been inspired by that type of content. However, we're going to talk about one that kind of got big more recently. That's Yellow Flash 02. Now, I covered this guy a long time ago, back when I lived in Florida. He was originally known as the guy who freaked out because PlayStation put out a single tweet in which they said that, the new Doom Eternal game would have female demons in it. He melted down over it and got really mad. He also got really big because he melted down over Miles Morales being Spider-Man. But he got really, really big out of nowhere because of shoutouts, like multiple days of shoutouts from Asmongold, who still regularly reacts to his content on stream. And for those that don't know, Asmongold has gotten really, really chuddy lately. Like, half of his videos are titled, like, woke anime translators mauled about getting harassment online or whatever. Anyway, this dude, pretty pathetic, pretty massive grifter. His whole thing is just being racist and then getting mad when people disagree with him. He has this, like, running thing where he calls lefties that, like, don't agree with his politics cancel pigs, and, like, makes an AI art of, like, I guess a woke-looking pig. So if you scroll down, you can find that it's sort of like an ongoing... Here's one of the cancel pigs. Here's one. They're all AI art. But I guess he represents the progressives as, like, AI art, gay, woke pigs. It's like a running thing he does with his videos. Yeah, very, very interesting stuff. It's very embarrassing, obviously. This guy's content is a joke, and I don't know how he sleeps at night knowing this is what the world is seeing of him every day, but we're gonna go ahead and check out his new video. Star Wars director admits Rey movie will be man-hating trash! Kathleen Kennedy will never be fired! That's the title. I mean, I'm just reading it how it's typed, guys. You know, see? That's exactly how it's typed. So anyway, let's check it out. There's something about these titles that just makes me feel like he's, like, screaming, like, angrily, full of rage about each topic, which is pretty fitting, because I do just imagine this guy being like a little neckbeard nerd rager. Let's check it out. Let's hear some nerd rage.
Okay, so here's what's going on. I've done a couple videos on this. It just keeps going.
That's what's going on.
But the director for the upcoming Rey movie, Charmin Obaid-Chinoy, has had a few things come to...
Oh, I forgot. This guy is ridiculously boring. Isn't it insane how low the bar is for just general entertainment when it comes to conservative content? Like, these guys will have their... You'll see a YouTube channel from Conservative Pundit, 400,000 subscribers. Click on the video. Annoying-ass loud intro, dude mumbling into his mic drunkenly in an unscripted, unedited 10-minute video that's just the minimum length it can be to get ad revenue for a daily upload, where it's just, like, no effort, no commentary, really, just the same repeating of, like, see, these woke people are bad over and over again. No, like, it's embarrassing. Like, there are times where I feel a bit of imposter syndrome, because compared to what other content creators on the left will sometimes upload, these, like, big, high effort, high scripted video essays with, like, shit tons of hours and hours and hours put into each video, sometimes I feel a little bit of, you know, imposter syndrome, that I am where I am despite making content that is comparatively lower effort to what other people at, you know, somewhat similar levels of popularity have achieved, right? But then I look at what conservatives achieve so easily in this space, and I remember, like, holy shit, even my worst content does not drop as low as the best content of these people. Even my most boring, thrown together, lazy content has more love and like thought put into it and effort and care put into it than what the average video I see from these mumbling, drunk, neckbeard losers.
Light, since she decided to come out and say a couple of things recently, how it's time for a woman to shape Star Wars, even though the very first one was shaped by a woman, George Lucas's ex-wife.
That's not the same thing. There's a difference between a character shaping a story and a human being in real life shaping a story. You absolute dumb fuck. Also, what is wrong with... I guess if you just think women are bad and you don't like the idea of a woman leading as the main character in Star Wars, I mean, argue why it's bad for a woman to lead as the main character in Star Wars. You can say it's woke, because that's like the buzzword that you've made that just means bad, but explain how it's bad, because we know woke means bad to you.
Did a lot of editing for that, but no, now is the first time. She's the first one to really make things happen. A lot of people are...
A lot of these videos are just like a guy reading a line from one of these articles and then going on a rant where they supposedly quote what this person actually meant, and it's them doing like a whiny impression that's like nothing even close to what the quote they're upset about actually said. Which is, pretty in line with these people, considering they think that South Park episode, Into the Panderverse, wasn't making fun of them. Like, I watched that special. The entire thing is a nightmare that Cartman is having in his own head. And at the end, he, buries the hatchet with Kathleen Kennedy. And they become friends. It's, actually beyond parody. These people thought that it wasn't making fun of them specifically.
Talking about her because she's said some pretty dumb things. So this puts Kathleen Kennedy in a bad spot. Could she address this? Could she come out?
This puts Disney in a really bad spot, you see. They've expressed woke politics, and they're really going to have to find a way to get out of saying that women should have a place in Star Wars and should shape the future of it. They're going to need to find a way to get out of this very bad spot they put themselves in here. To be fair, Disney isn't... sorry, I have to adjust my seating position. Disney isn't doing, fantastically at the moment, from what I've heard. Obviously, they're losing Mickey Mouse or whatever. And some of their movies they put out have done worse than expected. But the left doesn't like Disney. Besides maybe liking some of their media, I suppose. And to be clear, if you like a piece of media that these people believe is woke, they hate you. Back when, say, Steven Universe was on, these people fucking hated Steven Universe because of how progressive the messaging is, but it's very popular. So they basically dedicated a massive amount of time and energy to creating a harassment campaign to any pro Steven Universe content. Notably, there was that one anime YouTuber, ER, who did the gems echo signs video. And in that video, he does the whole, actually, at Charlottesville, Heather Heyer was not murdered by that neo-Nazi who ran her over. It was a heart attack, which is, a very well-known Nazi conspiracy theory. Yeah. These people don't like you if you enjoy a piece of media they think is woke, and they want that piece of media to stop existing. They're not okay with the idea of, oh, I don't like this piece of media. I don't agree with it politically. I just won't watch it. I just won't care about it. They want it to be canceled, which is ironic considering their anti-cancel culture. They want it to be canceled. Look at, say, their coverage of that Amazon show Rings of Power. Is it better than, The Lord of the Rings? No. It's got its problems, but I actually really like it, especially as a modern re-exploration of Middle-earth. Just seeing Middle-earth and modern HD again is nice. Alone, just that alone is a plus. So when you see people talk about it and they clearly want it to end and be canceled and not be allowed to exist anymore, it's okay, you don't see the show as just a thing you don't like and want to watch. You see it as a cultural statement you need to fight against, which is which is very different from I don't like a piece of media, it's not for me. That's I have a political disagreement with this piece of media and I want to fight against it in a culture war because I see it as standing for ideas that I don't agree with.
And say, no, we actually love fans.
Rings of Power is really good, though. I liked it a lot, but even a lot of people who are not racist seem to dislike it. I've tried to listen to explanations for why it's bad, and every time it feels like it's from people who decided they were going to hate it before they ever watched it, that were, like, looking for reasons to hate it from every single angle possible. One of the things that a lot of people forget about with that show was how much misinfo was coming out before it even came out. And I didn't even, like, care about it until I watched it and actually enjoyed it more than I expected. I was really surprised at how much more I enjoyed it than I expected to, because I did not give a fuck about it before I watched it. Like, I decided I would watch it, like, on the release day. Like, I remember, like, hearing it was coming out on that day and being like, I got nothing to do tonight, fine, I'll watch the premiere, and being so pleasantly surprised. But what also stood out to me is how much misinfo was going out about it. And obviously Yellow Flash 02, this guy was one of the purveyors of that misinfo because he was also like a big hater of Rings of Power. There was this Entertainment Weekly like promotion that released where it's like the characters from the show standing in a black void and like the camera pans past all of them. And people released that footage cropping the Entertainment Weekly thing out of it and said that that was the leaked intro for the show. And if that was the leaked intro for the show, the intro would look like a low budget like drama, like a low budget serial drama of some kind. It would be embarrassing if that was the show's actual intro. In reality, it was just a promotional video that's like 30 seconds long for Entertainment Weekly to post on their Twitter. And people clipped that out and posted it as if it was the actual intro. There was also misinformation going around that it would be full of nudity and constant sex like Game of Thrones because they wanted to Game of Thronesify it. So that was a constant talking point that was going around for years before the show came out to shit on it. So many people decided they hated that show before it ever touched their screens. It makes it really hard for me to hear people argue that it's objectively bad and their reasons for it are like nothing points that in no way actually harm the piece of media. Zan, I respect your love for Tolkien, but have you considered that he said that Gollum, my favorite character, is in hell? And I was really excited to play that new Gollum game because it's Gollum, but unfortunately it sucks. Yeah, that Gollum game does absolutely suck, and I don't know how you could pull off a Gollum game and not make it suck. Like, obviously the game was just poorly made, but also the concept was bad from the get-go. Regardless, though, yeah, these grifters basically thrive off of creating hate bandwagons for a piece of media and monetizing it and milking that hate as much as they can.
No, instead, she goes and connects her.
That's what
and
he's
has,
doing with
her
this movie
connections
already.
in the
We're
news
seeing it
media.
repeat.
Attack fans. This is a standard tactic. It's pretty well known that she has a lot of connections. At least Lucasfilm has a lot of connections to these people in the media, and they will come out and they will happily attack fans who criticize the people that work for them.
Okay, so basically, these guys will go on Twitter and accuse, like, any of these movies or directors of being, like, pieces of woke shit or whatever. And then whenever any form of media covers the harassment campaigns against the actors or the directors or, like, Kathleen Kennedy, they say the media is attacking fans and calling them racist. So that's their go-to, like, they're attacking fans, and, like, the thing they're talking about is, like, a death threat campaign against one of the actors, you know? They did the same thing with The Last of Us 2. If you remember, the actress who mocaps and voices Abby in The Last of Us 2, to this day receives death threats because of what her character does in that game. And literally because she played a character, she gets death threats. And the studio spoke out about it and, you know, denounced the harassment she's getting and called it out. And Yellow Flash, The Quartering, these grifter types said they're attacking the fans for having a problem with the game, when what they called out was the sending of death threats to one of their actors. So any form of calling out of the toxicity of this group is seen as attacking the fans, is what they'll call it. Because they want to make anyone who's like, watching their videos feel like they're on their side and that they're against these people who are attacking them for being real fans of the media they watch.
Here's another one. There was one yesterday. Here's one straight up, like, because that one yesterday wasn't really too hard on fans. This one is. So from Forbes, upcoming Star Wars film attacked as woke. Attacked. They're attacking a film by.
Wait, okay, hold on. So does the left not attack things whenever they try to cancel stuff? So, like, he denies that there's even an attack on this piece of media happening online. Because when the right does canceling, it's not canceling, but when the left even criticizes someone, it's an attempt to cancel you. Like, the amount of hypocrisy is astronomical. I just realized we're a minute in. I've spent 18 minutes on this video, and yeah, I should probably stop pausing so much.
Right-wing critics over director's feminist comments. I mean, probably because people are sick of feminist Star Wars, which I have no doubt this is going to be. We'll come back to this.
Yes. We're not right-wing. We're just Star Wars fans, and we're sick of Star Wars being feminist. We're sick of these females in our Star Wars. Why do you think we're right-wing?
This Cope article in a minute. I want to show you some stuff. So I wonder why people are pointing out that this is just more of the same bullshit from Lucasfilm that people are sick of. It might be these pictures that came to light after
the fucking end wokeness account. Remember, guys, these. I love how the average anti-woke conservative YouTuber, like, their citations are, here's a tweet from a viral anti-left-wing, like, anti-SJW account on Twitter. Look, it got 11K likes. That's all the. Like, that means it's right. That means everything they're saying is like, validated. Dude, the era of conservative content we are in is crazy. Look at this tweet. This is my source.
This comment from her where she said that she's going to be the first woman ever to shape Star Wars. And then we find out she did some stuff with the World Economic Forum, buddies with old Hillary Clinton. And this picture right here. So, yeah, people are a little like, WTF. Like, what? Why are we doing this again? No one is going to go see this movie. I guarantee you that Rey movie is going to be...
Guys, Star Wars is, like, one of the biggest franchises ever. You guys can keep saying that the new Star Wars sequel movies failed, but they were astronomical box office successes. So one of the things these people do now is they claim that when a movie they say did go woke doesn't go broke, they say that Disney pumped the numbers in the box office. When you ask for evidence, they say, well, that's just what Disney would do. And it couldn't have possibly actually done well in the box office, you know? A Star Wars movie couldn't have, been one of the biggest grossing movies of the entire year. Yeah, The Force Awakens is like the 5th highest grossing movie ever. Yeah, that is true. And all of those sequel movies are up there in like the top 10 or 15. Yeah, I think the only one that's underperformed is Solo as far as movies go. And even the shows, the ones that haven't been as good, have been pretty like well-performing too. I'd say the best piece of Star Wars media that's been put out in the like recent times is probably Andor. I liked Andor a lot, which is like, it didn't feel like other Star Wars content. Like, it's very different. It's a very different feeling, and you get to see a side of the Star Wars universe you don't really see a lot of, and it's interesting. It's very unique as far as Star Wars content goes. They did something different, and I really like that. And people seem to also really like it. So Andor popped the fuck off as far as success goes and like how many people watched it. Yeah, Andor is kind of like the Breaking Bad of the Star Wars universe is the way I've heard it described. It's a bit of a crime drama in the Star Wars universe, which is pretty cool. But yeah, a lot of chuds hated it because it has relatively progressive messaging in it. But it did extremely well. And once again, the thing these people claim is woke trash that won't do well, did well. And these people's copium is, well, Disney must have just inflated the numbers. It's like, okay, sure. They inflated the numbers, and it actually didn't do well.
Absolute dog shit. And we have yet another video that has emerged. So this video is her at Women in the world. Some kind of women.
Oh, that's actually funny that this guy brought it up because someone donated. Larry Banks donated a second ago referencing this. Larry Banks, the 78 with the $5 donation, is actually referencing this argument. Also, if Yellow Flash brings up clips of the Star Wars director saying, quote, "I like making men feel uncomfortable," unquote, what she is referring to is her documentaries that show the negatives of patriarchal Islamic control of women. So for those who don't know, the director is actually an ex-journalist who has done, apparently, documentaries about how radical Islam, or, like hyper traditionalist Islam, is super misogynist and anti-woman. Something I don't even think that Yellow Flash would disagree with, but I guess right-wingers clipped it and claimed she likes making men uncomfortable when she's referencing to hyper misogynistic, like, Islamist men who want women to be objects and, like, property for. Well, to be fair, actually, conservatives don't really disagree with, like, Islamists, like hyper radical Islam, and their perspectives around gay people and women all that much. To be honest, they really don't have much disagreement. To be fair. The director said that, quote, "It's time for women to shape a story where it's the first time a woman like her would have creative control over a Star Wars movie, not just be a director of a show for a few episodes." I see what you mean, Larry Banks 78. Yeah, but the problem is that, like, most of the people who watch this content unironically do believe women are bad. Like, having women in this media is bad. I do think a fair amount of it is this, like, training to look for it, right? Like, a lot of these people will make excuses for old pieces of media that they like and how woke it is, right? So if you argue with one of these guys and try to say Alien is woke, the main character is a strong female woman who beats up the alien at the end in a mech suit, right? Like, people would argue Alien is pretty woke. The entire Alien franchise is pretty woke. Like, Ripley is a character that if you made her today would be absolutely called woke. Sarah Connor would absolutely be called woke today. Princess Leia would absolutely be called woke today, especially, God, dude, I was sick with COVID, all right? So this is actually a really relevant thing because it's Star Wars related. Recently, I was sick with COVID. It was right after I moved. My house is empty. I'm just sitting in my chair, absolutely fucked up from COVID. And I feel like such garbage. I want to sort of, like, watch something and get immersed in something very nostalgic and comforting. So I boot up Disney Plus and I bring up the original trilogy of Star Wars: A New Hope, The Empire Strikes Back, and The Return of the Jedi. The original trilogy, some of the most nostalgic media I can really think of. I throw those babies on, and oh my God, watching A New Hope, I could not believe the scene in like that hallway where they blast the grate to get down into the garbage chute. That scene could not pass today with these people. The scene where, like, Princess Leia is nonstop talking down to Luke and Han as if they're incompetent, takes the gun from them, shoots the grate, and gets them down. The fact that throughout the entire movie, Princess Leia is outsmarting them and talking down to them about how they're dumb men. Like she's constantly making feminist-sounding comments that would not fucking fly today. The way she talks to Han and Luke, especially when she first meets them, would never fucking fly with these guys today. These woke spotters would lose their shit. But these movies are classics. They're Lando being in the movies, they would freak out about it because, oh, the movies were all white before. Like, they would lose their shit about Lando being in Empire Strikes Back because the first movie is pretty heavily just white people. Yeah. But these are classic movies, and there wasn't this, like, fear of the agenda back then. So they'll make excuses for it. But what's interesting is these people, these content creators, have, like, Pavlov's dog ingrained a response in their audience to look at any piece of media they watch and to search for anything that can be seen as woke. When I was a kid, and when these people were kids, they saw that scene and it never bothered them, chances are. I never noticed that scene or felt offended by that scene, or, like, it never stood out to me as anything weird. But now, as a progressive political pundit of sorts who has to argue against these people, he doesn't even agree with these people, that line stood out to me rewatching it as an adult. And I thought, that could never fly today. because a lot of this audience has been taught to look for this shit in modern media when they were completely willing to look past it in old media. And their justification is, well, the message didn't exist back then. The agenda didn't exist back then. It's like, progressives have always existed. Democrats have always existed. The like gay rights movement has existed for decades upon decades upon decades. Like, there's no, like, this whole woke thing didn't start in 2014. If you want to say there's this like woke takeover, then it goes back way further than 2014. And it's been like the generally popular thing since the 80s has been to be more politically correct, especially in Hollywood. Bro did not stop pausing. I know. Listen, I'm so bad. I'm so sorry that I transform the content I cover. I'm a bad streamer. I'm bad at streaming. I'm supposed to just let the video play, get up, take a piss, make a snack, take a nap, watch a movie, and then come back and say, okay, what'd I miss? And then upload that on YouTube as a full segment. I'm not a good streamer. I get it. I actually provide content.
Hollywood entertainment thing, I don't know. You got Jon Stewart as the host, and he starts asking the woman who's going to shape Star Wars' future, at least that's what she says, how she deals with the patriarchy in art. And you tell me. She says she loves making men uncomfortable, and she wants you to contemplate and be uncomfortable watching her movies, which I'm sure is going to make everybody absolutely excited for the Rey movie.
So, yeah, as that commenter messaged earlier in their donation, she's referencing her documentaries about Islamic extremism and how women are treated in it. She's not referencing Star Wars. She's referencing documentary movies here. So, just blatant dishonesty from the clip chimpers on Twitter.
Listen to this bullshit.
What is the balance of activating a force for change, but also trying to permeate that patriarchy, that power structure? And is that a part of the calculation of your art as well? And what's been the reaction to that?
Oh, absolutely. I like to make men uncomfortable. I enjoy making men uncomfortable. Not you, just not you. Not you.
Point taken.
Not you. Not you,
But,
Tom.
you know...
We already know.
She's not saying she likes making all men uncomfortable. She's referencing the fact that she makes movies about hyper-religious fanatics that believe women should be property, and those men get uncomfortable from her documentaries. Yeah. It says from Matt Walsh below the vid, where, oh, yeah. I'm sure... Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It is important to be able to look into the eyes of a man and say, I am here, and recognize that. And recognize that I am
How about
working...
I recognize if you actually have talent making movies? The only movies she's made are documentaries about feminism or something. I have to go look.
About feminism or something. They're about how radical Islam mistreats women. Something that presumably at least 2016 conservatives agreed with. Nowadays conservatives like the Andrew Tate sphere and the like believers that were in the Matrix or whatever, they're like embracing radical Islam as like the new red pill thing. But back in 2016, the whole idea was actually we're super pro-gay and pro-woman, and that's why we're Islamophobic, was like the Chud thing in 2016. That was like the take to have.
Through the, she's basically a woke documentary maker. You know what? I'd rather recognize someone that has talent making a Star Wars movie. Somebody qualified to make a Star Wars movie. And there are plenty of...
What? You just said you haven't seen any of her media. You don't know if she's qualified or not. Why would you make that statement? I haven't made the statement she's qualified to make the movie. I haven't even made the statement the movie is going to be good or I think it'll be good because I haven't seen it yet. There's not even a trailer for it yet. We haven't seen anything about it yet. You politically disagree with the person who's playing a large part in making it, and you've decided it's going to be bad like years before we even get a trailer for it.
Female directors out there that could do that. This person is not one of them. She doesn't have the resume to do something like this. It was the same with Nita Costa for the Marvels. Inexperienced director. Look what happened with that movie. That movie is a piece of shit.
I have not seen the Marvels. I have a feeling it's probably going to be one of those movies that I watch and I'm like, wow, this is better than I expected it to be. That was the case for the Eternals in particular. I didn't watch the Eternals when it came out, and I watched it like maybe 6 months ago for the first time. I was like, huh, not really the most memorable Marvel movie, but this is like actually pretty good. Like, there's some insane fucking like imagery in this too. This is one of the prettiest Marvel movies I've seen. Like, they turned up the saturation for once and made it all colorful and pretty. The like way the characters' powers look is super cool and unique. The action scenes were dope. The like set pieces were awesome. Like, I was actually really surprised at how interesting and unique that particular movie is. But yeah, I imagine I'll watch it and I'll be like, huh, better than I expected. But I don't know if it did super well. Like, did it like bomb at the box office or something? I heard that it like underperformed, but to be fair, I heard that from people like this and they just outright lie about that shit, so it might have just done fine. So it did fail. The Marvels failed because there was too much executive oversight upon what could and couldn't be done for the movie. I know it was in kind of development hell from what I heard, but yeah, I don't... Like, the problem is that these people believe that their political side is valid as long as the most amount of people agree with them. Notice how their arguments all fundamentally lead to, if you make your movies woke, people won't like them because the majority of people don't like wokeness, and that is what makes wokeness bad. That is what makes wokeness bullshit. That is like the argument they make. The problem is they're fundamentally wrong about wokeness being unpopular. They constantly say, with every new piece of media they say is going to be woke, it's going to fail. And then whenever it does financially perform poorly, because they say everything will financially perform poorly if it's woke, they never let it go. And oftentimes they'll just lie about something for performing poorly, right? Like, for example, Rings of Power. Based on how much hate that show got online, you would think that show performed pretty badly, right? You would think that show didn't do all that well. But if you actually look at the ratings and the viewership, it did really fucking well. And the majority of people who watched it and didn't hate bomb it rated it pretty highly. It got massively review bombed, but when you look at the reviews that are like just a long paragraph from someone who's clearly a Tolkien fan who explained it, like usually it's around 3 to 4.5 stars. That's usually where it sits at with most people. And they give like a long explanation of like, I don't really agree with these changes they made, but I see why they had to do it. I think they worked really well with what they did. I like the music a lot. Okay. My favorite thing is watching these chuds try to find any reason to shit on a piece of media and seeing them actively lie about hating something they definitely don't. A lot of these people shit-talked the music in Rings of Power. The music was done by Bear McCreary. The guy who did the music for the new God of War games, the guy who does the music for The Walking Dead, the guy behind the Walking Dead theme song, and is itself fucking phenomenal. Also, like, Rings of Power won like 6 Emmys too, or nominated for 6 Emmys. But yeah, like, the music was top tier, and I've seen people complain and say the music was forgettable and bad, and it's like, dog, the music was objectively amazing. That's like the one thing no one can argue is bad. Like, it was nailed, the music was. And when I hear people complain about that, it's like, okay, you're just shit-talking because you want to shit-talk now. I know you didn't not like that, like, award-winning dude's music. Yeah, no shot. No fucking shot. So many conservatives hated on God of War 4 and 5 because Kratos actually had more character development. That's true, but also, like, a lot of these people didn't jump on the hate bandwagon too because they recognize how much of a losing battle it would be. And they praise the music in God of War 4 and 5, but then they shit-talk the music in Rings of Power because they clearly don't know who made the music in Rings of Power.
For movies for movies like Star Wars that have massive budgets, you really do need people that know what the hell they're doing, number one. You really do. And these have been very expensive virtue signals for a lot of these.
Are the Star Wars movies not profitable? Is Disney not making profit off of Star Wars? am I living in a different world than this guy right now? These have been expensive virtue signals, these movies have been. I'm sorry, I thought they were like huge fucking money makers. They made billions, exactly. Dude, I go into any store and one of the first things you see is something Star Wars related. You go into an aisle where it's cloth canvas bags, and the first thing you see is like a row of Star Wars related ones. Disney is raking in billions off of Star Wars just from Baby Yoda merch, okay? The idea that these have been woke virtue signals that have cost Disney money is amazingly disconnected. But to be real, these people rely on this false bravado, this idea that actually we're winning the culture war and Disney is slowly dying and losing money because they're woke, but it's just not happening. Yeah, they don't believe in numbers.
Outlets. Like, I'm not saying a woman can't direct Star Wars, but get someone in there that knows what the hell they're doing. And I'd like to have somebody that doesn't like making men uncomfortable, especially when it's a man-driven franchise. I'm sorry. The majority of people, well, at least that did like Star Wars, when it was making money, were men. I'm not saying...
Okay. All right. We've gotten to the core of it. We've gotten to his actual thesis. We're not going to play the rest of it where he says, I'm not saying, because he is saying. So, Star Wars is a franchise made by men for men, is the core of his argument. And that's what his audience believes. That's what he's just said. And these feminist women coming in to change it, to make it woke, is unacceptable in their view. The hilarious thing is that Star Wars has always been woke. Like, do you know what the messaging was supposed to be with like the Ewoks? I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be like symbolizing like a native group beating the fuck out of an advanced empire despite all odds satisfyingly. Plus they're cute little bears on top of that. So like you feel extra bad for them being oppressed by the Empire when they arrive. Like, yeah. Also, they were inspired by the Viet Cong. Yeah, they're like the cuddly Viet Cong. Exactly. The Viet Cong, but cuddly. True. So, like, is it woke then? But no, because that's old politics, I guess, and it's only woke if it's modern politics? I don't know. Zan, the fact that Yellow Flash I had a video about that Japan hates woke things when Miyazaki is a feminist and Sailor Moon is very feminist. Yellow Flash is lying through his teeth. Well, he's a massive liar. He's a massive, angry liar. We all know. I'm just curious about how his viewers hear this and don't get put off by it. I mean, his fans comment on my content from time to time whenever I cover him, and they leave very nasty comments that make it clear they didn't watch more than 5 seconds of the video, so I don't think they have much interest in hearing in opposition, but I don't know. Maybe some of his fans will see this video and realize how much of a loser he is, but I highly doubt it. These people are just looking to hear their already very well-established opinions shoveled back into their mouths like horse shit. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Yellow Flash and his fans tried to cancel Rocko's Modern Life for making fun of America and conservatives, and older cartoons made fun of political stuff that made fun of conservatives. Yeah, like, back in the day, the agenda didn't exist, though. That's the difference, apparently. Fell asleep to stream and woke up to my ears being blasted by a gun segment. Let's go. You're never safe falling asleep to my stream. You might wake up to loud gunshots. That's so funny. Anyway, Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Said, you're right about Leia because in Star Wars Destiny shorts that retells the films in an anime shows the scene of Leia being badass and salvaging the rescue mission, and the short was dogpiled by Chuds. Yes, of course. They, like, even a retelling of the same story that's already classically established will be called woke. Only the original thing isn't woke. Even if it's a complete recreation of something that already happened and was released back in the day, then they'll call it woke. because it re-released. Like, they'll actually argue that if you don't make changes to a story to make it less woke, when you recreate it in modern day, then it is woke because the same story was told in a political climate where the agenda exists. I've heard them make this argument before. You can really get these people backed into some weird corners to justify some pretty wild arguments that don't make any sense. Alright, everybody. Damn, 5 hours stream on the dot is when I finish my segments. Hot damn. Well, I feel like here's a good place to end stream. I would normally do some gaming content now, but I'm pretty tired, I have to pee, and I'm hungry, and I want to relax. So, with all that said, you've all been so amazing today. Thank you all so much for the support you guys have sent my way, both the kind words in chat, you guys just being here and supporting me, and of course, donations, subs, gifted subs, all that good stuff. And hey, don't forget to drop a like. I really do appreciate it. Are you rating Ethan? Is Ethan live? Let me check if Ethan's live. Doesn't seem like he's live. No, it doesn't seem like he's live right now. I would if he was live, but he's not. But yeah, with all that said, thank you all so much for watching today. I am tired. I'm going to go watch some more MCU movies with my mom because we're going to try to push through more of these movies, and it's been a real fun time. Thank you all so much for watching, and have a good one. Go watch Demon Mama. Apparently Demon Mama's live, so go check her out. Go tell her I said hi. With all that said, though, have a good one. Doo-doo fart. My mom actually told me yesterday she hears that every stream at the end and gets so weirded out by it, and she doesn't know what the fuck it means. And honestly, I didn't know how to explain it to her.